Because as some of you may have said, what these challenges have exposed is a lack of resilience in the Ghanaian economy. And that's why I find the theme very interesting. As part of the conversation, we'll be looking at reducing the fiscal gap, an approach to improving government revenue, which will be moderated by Prince Moses, who's General Manager of Asase Radio. And then we also look at fintech and the future of finance. We've asked the question, how can Ghana take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Ghana Economic Forum. My name is Winston.
Please, let's bring our minds here, our energies, and ensure that whatever we say here will help nation-state Ghana. A very good morning once again. So, the Minister for Public Enterprises, representing His Excellency the President, Honorable Joseph Kujo, Commissioner General, Reverend Dr. Amishadai Ozuansa, the list is on it. Mr. Tekbe, all protocols observed. A very cordial welcome to the annual Ghana Economic Forum. We are very glad to be together again in person. The theme for this year's forum is building a robust and resilient economy through technology, finance, investment, trade, and entrepreneurship. We will focus the program on key areas of the theme and have to address urgently the issue of high inflation, high interest rates, unsustainable debts, and low economic growth. Just recently, there has been a further depreciation of the cedi, consequently resulting in the general economic hardship, making a lot more people fall under vulnerable group category. We have to address all these. I have deliberately mentioned these obvious challenges in the economy, as none of us here wants the platform to be used for lamentations, but to come together and address these issues. How can we help to improve the situation? First, we must know these challenges cannot be solved by the government alone, or by the private sector or civil society. We need collaborative efforts. We have all the relevant stakeholders here. Government is here. You are here. And that is what makes the Ghana Economic Forum the most impressive community of national cooperation and public-private partnership. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we need to be optimistic and have hope even as the country is going through these challenges. The future does not just happen. It is dependent on our collective actions today. Let us be intentional and purposed through our discussions and collaborations and stakeholder responsibilities, and come out with impact-related actions. I am sure we'll have a very successful meeting by working together. Thank you also to our sponsors. You have kept your loyalty in ensuring stakeholders meet successfully today for a better economy tomorrow. I equally wish to thank Team BNFT for their hard work in ensuring a successful organization of this year's forum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to also greet our representatives of our youth generation and social entrepreneurs from our Youth Economic Forum, which was organized yesterday. Over 200 young entrepreneurs were present and interacted on 4 key areas: that's marketing, entrepreneurship, agribusiness, and creative art. It is our responsibility to support our young entrepreneurs by providing them access to innovative finance, market, and business development to expand their enterprises and create work opportunities for them and their peers. I look forward to a comprehensive discussion and framework which we can present and advise government and influence policy with. It is now my great pleasure to introduce the chairman for the Economic Forum 2022, who is Mr. Kofi Aduma, but because of higher calls, he is not here with us. He is ably represented by Mr. Samedu. Thank you. I want to thank GCB Bank PLC for your great cooperation, and also to MasterCard Foundation for your consistent support. Mr. Chair, I invite you now to take the floor and give us your remarks. I thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. I was hoping for a slightly better response to my good morning. Good morning, everyone. I don't know how many of you experience WhatsApp going off this morning, but for a period, WhatsApp was off, and such is the life we live and work in today. But standing on all existing protocols, I have a few comments I'd like to share with all of us here today. The story is told of the fact that you often need about 25% of every population to effect proper change. And if I look around the room, I think we have more than 25% of what we're expecting today. So we have all the right people in the room to be able to make a change for Ghana. So once again, welcome and thank you very much for the opportunity to address you, this community, at such an important forum, the Ghana Economic Forum, where the aim is to collectively stimulate workable ideas in support of government's effort to get our severely challenged economy back to life. It is our greatest pleasure as GCB Bank PLC to participate in this year's edition as a strategic partner. Undeniably, the past 10 editions of the Ghana investment of the GEF have been insightful, and in many instances, thought-provoking contributions have been generated. As your foremost indigenous bank, we at GCB Bank PLC are constantly minded to lead by example, even beyond our core business of banking. We are therefore grateful to the BNFT for this opportunity to be a strategic partner for this year's event, which is themed Building a Robust and Resilient Economy Through Technology, Finance, Investment, Trade, and of course, entrepreneurship. Dear partners and friends of the Ghana Economic Forum, at this 11th edition of the forum, of course, we do have ahead of us a very rich program over the next few days, with the ambition to promote a greater urgency for increased and improved cooperation among all stakeholders as we collectively look to build a more resilient Ghanaian economy. 2022 financial year has been a challenging one in every sense of the word. It was already clear that the ravages of COVID-19 and now the impact of the costly war in Ukraine have had devastating impacts on our economy. Our recovery efforts that started in 2021 were beginning to show green shoots of revival. And 2022 promised to be a continuation of that good story. However, as we all know too well, further domestic and external shocks over the year have rekindled the pre-existing structural and macro fiscal vulnerabilities that have yet again tested Ghana's economic resilience. As we speak, and as you all know, inflation is at a multi-year high. The cedi has lost over 50% of its value to the dollar and other major trading currencies, imposing hardships on individuals and businesses alike. The elevated risks of debt distress have triggered a widespread reversal of capital, leaving the external balances in a vulnerable state and our FX reserve under some serious pressures. High inflation and exchange rate pressures continue to erode business working capital, not to mention that the rising cost of credit has caused many lenders to reconsider their approach to lending in today's current economic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe strongly we should never allow such a serious crisis to go to waste. As Ghanaians, we are faced with a glaring opportunity to pull together in a bid to restructure our economy from a service-driven one and instead build a robust, resilient one through technology, finance, investment, trade, and entrepreneurship. A deliberate focus to collectively invest in priority sectors to develop Ghana into an agro-processing and light manufacturing-led economy. In essence, an approach that may not require significant capital and yet is more labor-intensive to provide the needed employment for our youth. It is time for a concerted use of technology to drive revenue collections, bring down costs of doing business, as well as breaking down silos across all facets of our economy. Eliminating silos with digital technology is certainly the key to better collaboration. Only a few years on from the mobile money payment interoperability, which was launched, I believe, in 2018, the benefits are clear for all to see. With a single integration today with the Ghanaian Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, GIPS, an entity can reach all banks, mobile money operators, savings and loans companies, and rural banks too. This significantly reduces barriers to market for fintechs and financial institutions alike. It is important that the third phase of this great and noble project by GIPS, which will now bring the focus to interoperability of HNs and merchants, be also pursued. Silos are indeed an enemy of digital transformation. The domestic financial sector has reaped many benefits of technology. Recent digital interventions at the ports, DVLA, passport office, and the evolution of e-commerce are examples of how technology can help bring about efficiency. Finally, the perennial cedi depreciation is yet another long-standing challenge that needs addressing. This problem clearly reflects structural weaknesses of a non-competitive trade sector and unfavorable terms of trade, among other factors. Besides, the current glaring limited processing capacity for our primary export commodities presents us with an enormous potential for value-added service that today sadly remains largely untapped. I must say, however, that it is heartwarming that the merchandise trade account has recorded surpluses since 2016, and the contribution from non-traditional exports is steadily increasing. However, how can we, as economic actors gathered here today, work together to enhance the trade competitiveness of the Ghanaian and, by extension, boost our foreign exchange earning capacity? To what extent can the domestic financial sector work with industry and services to increase trade in processed goods and services? As I close, panelists, participants, I believe in our collective experience and competence to accurately help us diagnose these issues and propose solutions that we can all work at. On our part, as your foremost indigenous bank, GCB Bank PLC, and a strategic partner for this event, I wish to reaffirm our long-standing support for the government, industry, and entrepreneurs on this journey towards building a more resilient economy that can better withstand shocks. We look forward to workable solutions and strategies as we together seek to crack the long-standing structural impediments and set our nation on a path to sustainable development. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome, and I wish us all a fruitful 2 days in this discussion. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Chairman, for the Ghana Economic Forum. And in fact, the Chairman and the CEO of the Business and Financial Times started by setting the tone for the conversation. One instructive thing is the timing of this forum itself. Because as you may well be aware, the President today holding lots of engagement with captains of industry. He'll be engaging the financial sector, all aimed at finding solutions to the problems we're faced with today. And so as we seek to discuss the problems facing us and how we can solve these problems, I believe that this timing would actually enable us to better, talk about the things that we're faced with as a country, and our solutions would go a long way towards being implemented. Once again, thank you very much, Chairman, for the occasion, and also a big thank you to you, CEO of the Business and Financial Times. And, in ending, you talked about how the GCB being a strategic partner of the Ghana Economic Forum. Another strategic partner is KPMG, and we have the privilege of inviting its senior partner, Anthony Sapong, to give us some brief remarks. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you, Winston. My name is Andy Akoto, and I'm representing Mr. Sapon this morning at this very important forum. Let me stand on all existing protocols to wish distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. We at KPMG are enthusiastic in our role as knowledge partners and to be a part of this important conversation, the Ghana Economic Forum. Over the last decade, KPMG and BNFT have developed a strong partnership in shaping the country's economic growth agenda. The forum is an adaptation of the World Economic Forum, and KPMG plays a critical role on both platforms. Every year, the world travels to Davos, a city somewhere in Europe, for the World Economic Forum to discuss issues affecting the global economy. We in Ghana prefer to do our own conversation right here at the Ghana Economic Forum. And as with previous events, it is my expectation that leaders from business, government, international organizations, civil society, and academia would help posit cogent options and solutions to address the critical issues confronting our economy today. This year's theme, Building a Robust and Resilient Economy Through Technology, Finance, Investment, Trade, and Entrepreneurship, looks both at our present issues as well as how we prepare for the future. And there could not have been a better topic to encapsulate what is currently going on in the world economy, with our economy being no exception. Some of the features of a resilient economy include having a diverse economy, skilled workforce, and the agility of governments and stakeholders to respond to economic shocks. And building upon the submissions by the earlier presenters, I'll be taking us into a sneak peek of findings from the Global CEO Outlook published by KPMG about a month ago. The KPMG 2022 CEO Outlook reveals that 58% of business captains and leaders expect a forthcoming recession. But then, they expect it to be mild and short, and 14% identify recession as the most pressing concern today, up slightly from the early part of the year, which was around 9%. More than 8 out of 10 CEOs anticipate a recession to hit over the next 12 months, if it's not here with us already. And additionally, 71% anticipate that it will impact company earnings up by about 10% over the past year. Nonetheless, most CEOs, 71% of the world's largest businesses, are confident about the global economy's growth prospects over the next 3 years. And 85% are confident about their company's growth over the next 3 years. Senior executives also feel markedly more confident about the resilience of the economy over the next 6 months than they did back in, let's say, February, when KPMG surveyed 500 CEOs for its CEO Outlook Pulse survey. So in keeping with the admonition by Dr. Akwe, let's keep hope alive. 4 key themes emerge from the overall survey. 1, on economic outlook, CEOs are ready and prepared to weather the current geopolitical and economic challenges while still anticipating long-term global growth, i.e., optimism about growth persists. Because when we look around, it's all a bit of a gloom. So we cannot go down any further. We can only look up. Technology. CEOs are directing digital investment to areas of their businesses that drive growth, with an emphasis on partnerships and preparedness. Disruptive technology has emerged as the number 1 risk to organizational growth. The cyber environment is evolving very quickly, and 77% see information security as a strategic function and a potential source of competitive advantage. Next, we talk about talent. For those of us in the professional services sector, we are feeling the heat. And CEOs around the world are changing how they support and attract talent. And their efforts are buoyed by a focus on their people and experimenting with ways of working. talent is a top operational priority. In the long term, the employee value proposition to attract and retain the necessary talent is tied at the top operational priority to achieving a 3-year growth objective. Last but not the least, ESG, environmental, social, and governance, which obviously sits as part of the Sustainable Development Goals. CEOs are balancing the need to build resilient and transparent ESG plans with the possibility of having to pause or reconsider their approaches. CEOs increasingly agree that ESG programs improve financial performance, sitting at 45%, up from 37% a year ago. With all this, I believe this year's edition of the Ghana Economic Forum will set the tone for the discussion of similar important matters that affect our economy and proffer lasting solutions to the many challenges that are currently confronting us. KPMG remains committed to this cause and will continue to support the Ghana Economic Forum and the business community, because at KPMG we believe in working together for better. With that being said, I hope you enjoy this year's event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akoto, for sharing all that data with us and telling us what a lot of CEOs are doing across the globe in investing in areas that would drive growth and the belief that things would get better, even though there's still a belief that we may get into recession. I'm sure the question on the minds of many of you would be what CEOs in Ghana are doing. Well, we'll find out shortly. But first, let's find out what CEOs of public enterprises are doing and what efforts government is also putting in place in ensuring that we are able, as a country, to build a robust and resilient economy through technology, finance, investment, trade, and entrepreneurship. Shall we, with a round of applause, welcome the guest of honor, the Minister in charge of Public Enterprises, who is also the Member of Parliament for the Efia constituency, representing the President, Joseph Kujo. He has a responsibility of ensuring that a lot of our public enterprises become profitable. And so let's welcome him once again with a round of applause.
This is the third good morning, and I saw the responses were going higher and higher. So I have an expectation. Good morning to you all. Okay. The chairman for the occasion, represented by Mr. Samedu, a good friend of mine, the Commissioner General of GRA, Reverend Dr. Amishade Owusu-Amwa, former Finance Minister, Honorable Sektepe. I have convinced myself he's doing very well. Since I keep hearing from him on radio and TV, suggesting to the current Finance Minister to do what he couldn't do. So, my special regards for your continuing contributions. The Chief Executive Officers herein present, it is a pleasure and a great privilege for me to be invited. And I must say the me in here means the President. For me to be invited to the 11th edition of the Ghana Economic Forum. Let me thank the organizer, Business and Financial Times, and the main strategic partners, GCB and MasterCard Foundation, as well as the sponsors for this invitation. Today's program has brought together captains of industry and players from all sectors of the economy to deliberate on topical issues for business development under the broad theme, building a robust and resilient economy through technology, finance, investment, trade, and entrepreneurship. This theme is appropriate in the context of recent developments in the economy, with the challenges of high inflation and the cedi depreciation rate, the global economic downturn, and the need to take a broader look at the way business is done to ensure resilience and sustainability in the post-COVID new normal. Mr. Chairman, the socioeconomic development and transformation success of any country depends on a thriving business sector to lead innovation, drive investment and transformation, and create jobs to promote inclusiveness and lift the majority of its people out of poverty. For this reason, active dialogue between the business community and government is important. Our policies are meant to create an enabling environment to shape and support businesses to thrive. It is for this reason that such dialogues and opportunities are very useful for the policy design process. Ladies and gentlemen, businesses need to take action to develop resilient and innovative strategies to achieve long-term value and sustainability. As already observed, the knock-on effects of the COVID-19 delivered significant differences from one economic sector to the other. For instance, the healthcare and technology industries gained considerably from the pandemic due to the surge in demand for products such as face masks, sanitizers, and other services associated with conducting virtual meetings and conferences. In contrast, other sectors such as travel and hospitality have been devastated by the crisis and are in need of policy support to return to the pre-pandemic levels of performance. In view of these disparities, business strategies and support should be crafted differently across sectors to support the recovery process. Ladies and gentlemen, the varying risks triggered by global economic issues have also led players to question how businesses operate, signaling that it cannot be business as usual in a post-pandemic era. This is where I find the theme for this year's forum very appropriate. Building business resilience and sustainability will be the key and critical to recovery process. Businesses must recognize and anticipate the changing operating environment. They must develop strategies within the context of the changes. They must allocate resources and create values to chart a path towards future growth. Businesses need to redefine strategies that would reposition them for future growth by adhering to good governance practices, efficiency, deploying scarce capital, improving supply chains, from product design to raw material procurement to processing and distribution, and finally, adopting technology-driven skills for business development and operations. Businesses must also take advantage of demographics, values, and changes in technology and identify new opportunities. The opportunities from the extent of digital penetration in Ghana must be identified with a high level of internet and wireless subscribers that we have. Technological innovation can, for example, enhance agri productivity through the use of geographic information system, to undertake precision farming. Technology such as digitization of medical records and remote diagnosis of diseases also has potential for the health services sector. Indeed, the impact of technology in promoting financial inclusion using digital technology is another example of how technology can help create new opportunities. As policymakers, we have focused on policies that would improve access to finance for the business sector, but businesses will have to do their part to support policy efforts in the financial sector. We need to strengthen corporate governance structures of businesses, whether small or large, because it can determine the success or failure of a business in the long run. This is one of the key lessons from the financial sector reforms, namely the weak corporate governance structures that significantly contributed to the failure of the defunct banks and SDIs. Mr. Chairman, looking ahead, we will continue to provide strong policy support to firm up the growth recovery and economic revitalization. All these policies and structural reforms aim to reposition and improve business competitiveness for future growth and enable businesses to leverage emerging opportunities, such as those introduced by the African Continental Free Trade Area. These supportive policy measures and regulations will also position Ghana as a competitive destination for the African businesses and investors. I'm sure the seasoned panelists gathered here will delve into some of these issues on business competitiveness, regulatory policies, and financial innovation during the sessions. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, let me note that the ultimate goal of the government is to ensure prices promote economic stability and ensure enabling business environment, and will remain committed to this objective. We will also continue to implement policies and pursue reforms that will improve the credit environment for businesses to engender sustainable economic growth in the long run. Permit me to share my personal observation that the theme, which says building a robust economy and resilient through technology, finance, investment, trade, entrepreneurship, we realize that all of the 5 elements that are going to be discussed by the panelists, 4 are constrained given the current economic environment we have at the national level and the global environment. The 4 constrained ones: finance, investment, trade, entrepreneurship. It is technology, which is the only element that is not constrained. And so businesses should, the discussant should prefer solutions that meet this constrained environment and the opportunities in leveraging technology. Thank you for your attention. I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very, very much, Joseph Kujo, Minister in charge of Public Enterprises. And you know, when he was saying good morning to Honorable Tekpe, one of the things I wish I could see was the look on Mr. Tekpe's face. These days, the face mask has done a lot of things. And I was just thinking in my mind the response to what he said, that he was advising the finance minister on the things he couldn't do that he wants him to do. Honorable Tekpe, good morning. You can take the mask off. I want to see your face. Oh, good. You know, we normally have conversations with him, and he will tell you all the things he did and all the things he believes government should do now, but that's just by the way. Listening to all speakers, there's been a lot of talk about access to finance and the need for finance to do many of the things that we would want to do as a country in building a robust and resilient economy through technology, finance, investment, trade, and entrepreneurship. So one of our strategic partners, and you heard Mr. Amido when he talked about their willingness to support the Ghanaian business and their willingness to provide finance. At this moment, GCB Bank PLC has put together a documentary. They tell us their background and their products. And having listened to all of you talking about finance and everything that you need in ensuring that we are trade competitive, this documentary is instructive at this point. Let's just watch it, and then we'll continue with the program. Thank you.
GCB Bank, being at the birth of modern Ghana, has a critical role to play in the development of the nation. GCB Bank, therefore, is a partner to the Ghana Economic Forum.
Ghana Economic Forum convenes, sets up a platform where all stakeholders, public economists, business leaders, customers, governments come together to discuss national issues and brainstorm about how to move forward. So GCB, we see ourselves in this role as one, a convener of bringing all these expert minds together, Ghanaian minds, foreign minds, to come together to think about the challenges of this country and how to move things forward. But more importantly, we also serve as a feed and we give advice. We offer to government, we offer to our regulator, we offer to our customers and other stakeholders because we are agents on the ground. And so from our customers, we pick up all of this information from the business we do, from what we see in the market, and we serve as a source of information to the forum. At the end of the day, is to get the best ideas working for this country. From a GCB perspective, we expect that this will be an opportunity for all stakeholders in Ghana to come up with ideas, to come up with ways of working that government will take into consideration, that the business community will take into consideration in moving forward as a country. As you are aware, we are going through some finance and economic challenges, and that's why the Ghana Economic Forum is very important. It's a time to take stock. It's a time to brainstorm. It's a time to bring expert ideas together as one country. It's a time to inspire and give hope to our people that this is also a challenge that will pass. So it's a time to bring ideas together. It's a time to motivate people. It's a time we all need to put our shoulders to the wheel. So at the end of this forum, we should all walk out feeling more confident about the future.
COVID-19 pandemic and other global economic challenges have no doubt had significant impact on Ghana's economy. What role is GCB Bank playing to support Ghanaian businesses, its customers, and the nation at large?
For our customers, we nurture, as you're aware, we nurture our customers, we help develop them. This is a time when customers need a lot of that. Small businesses, which drive the economy of this country. This is a time where they need a lot of advice. This is a time when they need assistance from a bank like GCB in terms of structuring their debt, in terms of relooking their business and doing their business differently. This is a time when technology and cost needs to come to the party. This is a time when we need to conserve capital and manage our balance sheets better. So there's a lot of advisory work we'll give to our customers, particularly the SMEs. Also, advisory work we'll give to our large corporates, Ghanaian indigenous companies. We have to bear with them. Interest rates are very high, and it's a difficult time to do business. So this is where GCB comes into play.
GCB Bank believes that technology is a key driver for improving efficiency, business performance, customer engagement, profitability, and growth in today's ever-changing banking environment. Therefore, GCB Bank continually pursues innovative ways of leveraging on technologies to deliver end-to-end digital banking solutions to enhance its service offerings and deliver even superior value. In 2020, GCB Bank became the first bank to launch a digital mobile money wallet when it launched the G-Money product in January. The digital wallet, which is telco agnostic and fully interoperable, allows customers to send and receive funds from any mobile money wallet or bank account by registered users, and also perform unique functions including borrowing funds and allowing individuals and group savings. It is also accessible across multiple platforms such as USSD, GCB Bank's internet banking platform, mobile banking application, point-of-sale device POS, quick response code, QR code, and automated teller machines, ATMs. As part of its digital transformation journey, GCB will continue to leverage partnerships to create and deliver superior solutions and services for the benefit of its customers. GCB Bank PLC is focused on its vision to become the dominant player in the sector through the execution of its strategy and business priorities that deliver superior service to customers and sustainable returns to its shareholders.
The future of GCB is very bright. I am very confident that GCB 4 years from today will be the #1 bank in all aspects in our banking markets. For our key stakeholders, shareholders, we need to return value to our shareholders. We need to make our shareholders feel more comfortable about their investment in GCB. And in difficult times like this, we understand what is going on with returns to shareholders. So over the next few years, we need to work and manage our capital and balance sheet in such a way that we return maximum yields to our shareholders. To our staff who turn the wheel of profitability, we need our staff to stand with us. We are going through very difficult times, and we will work hand in hand with staff of the bank to ensure that the bank remains profitable. And last but not the least, in terms of our stakeholders, is to our customers, our dear customers for whom we exist today. We're going to invest and continue to invest in technology. Over the last few years, due to the COVID pandemic, we had embarked on a digitization agenda. So we are investing heavily in technology to make life more convenient for our discerning customers. And we want to reassure them that despite the challenges we are going through, we are going to continue to invest to make life more comfortable for them, so we can also serve them better, and they have a good partnership with GCB, their bank for life.
GCB Bank, soaring to dominance. GCB Bank, your bank for life.
And I like the fact that, GCB Bank PLC is committed to serving all of us. And despite the challenges that they are going through, and all of us are going through, they're committed to ensuring that businesses in this country are better placed to achieve their goals and targets. And so, if you should go out there, there's a GCB Bank PLC booth. If you have any questions, or if you want to open an account for your business, why not? If you want to take advantage of any of their products, this definitely will be the time. So please step out there, and then, once we go for a coffee break, just make time to go to the GCB Bank PLC booth and take advantage of all the products that they have. And let me also remind you that I'm sure you've seen the Business and Financial Times newspaper on all the tables. Well, there's also a subscription form in there. So please, once again, take advantage of it, fill it, so you subscribe to the Business and Financial Times. Now, talking about businesses and talking about, I have the MD of the of GCB Bank PLC talk about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. One of the persons who've become advocates of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, who's championing it recently, after giving him a contract to be able to supply, cargo, to all parts of Africa, is one man who says he identifies opportunities in every sphere of life. For him, wherever he goes and sees a challenge, it's an opportunity for him to serve his people by getting rid of that challenge. We know him as McDan, the CEO of the McDan Group of Companies, Dr. Daniel Macaulay. Please welcome him with a round of applause as he gives us a brief remark.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. I thought it was going down, but I think it's coming up. I would like to stand on existing protocol, as usual, and say a big thank you to the Ghana Economic Forum team, especially Dr. Edith Dankwa and Mr. Godwin Akwe. Anyway, I noticed that every time we come to such gathering, everybody talk about problems. All we talk about is problems, but when can we find a solution? That brings us together with this Ghana Economic Forum. I believe these 2 days will set the days aside to talk about solutions more than problems. We are in difficult times, and I believe that Ghana is a unique country, and we have to customize our problems and customize our solutions without looking at the other part of the world. The theme for this year's conference highly resonates with me, since I can identify myself in all the broad area of discussion. As an entrepreneur for over 25 years and business leader in Ghana and Africa, we can all agree that we are in trying times. I, however, want us to cast our mind back to just a couple of years ago, when we hit a similar hurdle, the COVID-19 pandemic. But in the same light, the global business space came to a standstill, and literally, there was no mobility. The difference here today is that while the macroeconomic indicators show a high decline, it is not all doom and gloom. These are some core observations that we can pay attention to. The first is that a significant level of mobility has been restored. Technology has created a number of channels for communication, and most importantly, there is a new dawn when it comes to trade in Africa, and here will be my point of emphasis. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement has signaled the latest opportunity amidst all African adversities. Recently, my company had the privilege of signing a landmark memorandum of understanding contract with the AFTA Secretariat to be the logistic partner in Africa. And I am excited to say that this partnership will be a critical contributor to the transformation we want to see in trade in Africa. Some of the notable things that need to be recognize about AFTA, among others, are that the agreement exists to, one, spearhead the industrial transformation and economic development in Africa. Two, boost intra-Africa trade, create employment, and generate a GDP of 3.4 trillion by the end of the decade. 43 of the 54 countries have deposited their instrument, representing 80% of the member states, and most importantly, commercially meaningful trade has kicked off. This and much more points to the fact that AFTA is one of the key interventions that can give a trade and economic boost and start the process of changing the bottom line for many economies in Africa. May I take this opportunity to inform all businesses here who are looking at exporting their cargo through Africa, and we are here to facilitate. As I always say, all the boardroom meetings, all the conferences, all the diplomacy is meaningless unless a box, a container, the trucks, the airplanes, the ships moves. There wouldn't be any after. So the bottom line is we have to own our own destiny in our hands to control the after free trade. As I have stated in my book, The Path of an Eagle, I have seen the states of hopelessness, despair, and also glory in my lifetime. However, to the businesses gathered here for deliberation, to the youth of Ghana, I am here as a living testimony to assure you that even in these trying times, there will be opportunities. There will be small diamond hidden in the roughest part. Our goal will be to go to the deepest parts of ourselves to identify our resourceful abilities. This is where the change we desire so much will come, right here in the private sector, making the right collaboration, building the right relationship, and going back to the basis as always. I dare to say, in adversity, there is hope, and Ghana economic woes, together with the global challenges, may not go away, but with the stakeholders within it, will continue to work to rise above these challenges. I have seen many countries who have rose to the top. And as I always say, in adversities like these, that real leaders emerges. In adversities like this, that you see stronger, resilient countries. In adversities like this, other countries take advantage of the situations like this. It's all not gloom or bloom, but this is the time Ghanaian entrepreneurs should take advantage of what is going on and launch on to the continental free trade. In rough times like this, we see stronger businessmen. And I believe that this serves as an opportunity for young and vibrant and serious entrepreneur who will move up the ladder with integrity and soar like the eagle. I wish you all a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Daniel Macaulay, who's CEO of the MacDan Group. And would like to acknowledge our sponsors, our platinum sponsors, the MacDan Group, Ghana Revenue Authority, Josmond Group of Companies, and our bronze sponsors, Ghana Exim Bank, Volta River Authority, the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited, Gessel, Sefi Brothers Ghana, SIC Life, ICOMS, Azza Finance Regulus, and Goel. And of course, we're grateful to our strategic partners, MasterCard, GCB Bank PLC, and KPMG. I like the fact that in rough times, that's when you see companies emerging and they're taking advantage of the situation. But of course, in taking advantage of the situation also, we have to do a few things. And in our part of the world, even as we talk about building a robust and resilient economy through technology, finance, investment, trade, and entrepreneurship, would need finances. That's very, very important. So time now for us to get into the first plenary discussion, which will be moderated by Prince Moses, who is General Manager of Asase Radio, on reducing the fiscal gap and approach to improving government revenue. At this point in time, let's welcome Prince Moses with a round of applause, and he would introduce his panelists for this very, very important discussion, reducing the fiscal gap and approach to improving government revenue. Let's welcome Prince with a round of applause.
Can I have someone move the stage down there for me, please? The pulpit, as it were. Excellencies, Honorables, Nananum, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So I'm going to be doing this with my colleague Kweku Adobolu, who's a financial markets analyst, and so he's going to be co-moderating with me. My name is Prince Moses. I'm General Manager at Asase Radio, and he is also an analyst, a financial analyst, and business editor at Asase Radio. Thank you very much. Shall we give him a mic? We're waiting for a microphone for Kweku Adobolu. All right, so I will begin. We're going to be having this panel discussion with great men of affairs this morning. And I will invite them on the stage. I'd wanted to do it after our preamble, but we're going to do it right now to save time. You all know them, and we're going to be starting with Honorable Seth Tepe, our former finance minister. Thank you for joining us on stage, Mr. Seth Tepe. He's being joined by Commissioner for the Ghana Revenue Authority, who is Dr. Reverend Amishadai. A round of applause. And we have our brilliant John Kwachi, who is also a doctor, who will be joining us on stage. We have Professor Bobkin, who I'm sure everyone knows. He will also be joining us on stage. And Kweku Adeboli, you may take your seat as well. Thank you. It's a lovely morning. It's very serene. I was telling Kweku Adeboli while I was seated over there that it felt very solemn because we are at a watershed moment in our economy, as it were. So when COVID hit, the rallying cry around the world was a rehash of Winston Churchill's logic, taking advantage of a crisis, and my goodness, what advantage some took. It was understood that there was going to be a tectonic shift in the way things were done. But what got our attention for the most part was the disappearance of moral hazard as developed countries threw orthodoxy out of the window. Fundamentals underpinning our economy, macroeconomy, were thrown out of the window. Look, between the G7 central banks alone, cash north of $25 trillion was printed to shore up their economies before and during COVID. And I'm sure that more has been printed since. And so while the West printed incredible amounts of money, we also our economies engaged in some crazy spending to safeguard industries and livelihoods. Now, let's put this into perspective. A total of 27 central banks in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, including Ghana, grew an appetite for asset purchasing programs. Now, some say COVID provided a good reason. And you think that we did the right thing. In hindsight, the president may have said the right words about saving life, which we all can remember, I'm sure, but the markets, they did not care. And so we're being punished for spending, and not just us. And I'm not making excuses. The global economy has no sense of morality. And that's it, plain and simple. Ariel Kolonimos, an author that I really enjoy. I think he's one of these great thinkers in the geopolitical space. He said in his book, The Morality of International Relations, he said that the wealthy decide the rules of international morality. We know that. So were we right or were we wrong to spend? Now, Kweku, perhaps the answer lies in our dance, regular and frequent dance with the IMF. So here we are at the Ghana Economic Forum 2022, trying to make sense of an unfair world, our own cupidity, and perhaps what part we played in it. And thinking that the world is a fair place. This is an ideas lab. We're here for solutions, as we always have, but particularly this one. Kweku.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, history repeats itself, whether in high fashion, teenage pregnancies in very religious homes, or dips in the Ghanaian financial infrastructure. Let me take you on a journey of facts, one that started in 1966. If you are 56 years old here in this room today, your year of birth defined the first of our 1,000-step journey to and from the IMF. On your first, second, and third birthdays, we went for the second, third, and fourth times. When you were 13, we went again. At 17, we went again. You were probably in secondary school then, being bullied by seniors who were annoyed that, we have to go to IMF again. And when you transitioned from minor to major at 18, guess what? Please, sir, Oliver asked for more. When you turned 20 in 1986, we went again. And then the IMF left the door wide open for us because when you turned 21, we went twice just to mark your coming of age. In 1988, we went again, and Kwesi Botwe was so synonymous with the finance landscape that the IMF didn't even matter. And so when we went back again, 7 years later, we had actually not realized that it had been 7 years since we last returned. What sent us back into Mama IMF's arms that year? Perhaps it was the Mexican tequila crisis. If you know, you know. 4 years later, 1999, to bid farewell to the IMF after a long political career, Kwesi Botwe returned for the last time. 2003, 3 years into an entirely new regime, new government officials sat in front of IMF officials like good schoolboys. In 2009, you were 43 years old when a new government knocked on the IMF door. That door had been left ajar yet again. We didn't even have to knock. We peeked in. IMF officials were already seated at that table waiting for us to come and take our place. And sit, we did. 6 years later, in 2015, we were back. And now, here we are, 7 years later, again in 2022, we are back for the 17th time. You're 56 now, and you can't deny that the IMF has been to enough of your birthday parties to be called your rich auntie. So have we not by now understood the formula of our financial mathematics to the point where we look almost ridiculous, going back with the same pain every single time? Is the problem mathematical, cultural, or a lack of motherly care in our younger years? Because I don't really know. But Prince, I would like to know if our panelists here today have been able to wrap their heads around the mechanics of our monetary policies, the mathematics of our financial infrastructures, the ethnographies of our economies, enough to safeguard our financial systems so that we can look to the future with real solutions.
Yes, Kwaku. Perhaps the reason is a very simple global financial formula than a sinister one. Maybe it's not all about the IMF. Perhaps our failures always lead to them. One man here once quietly licked his battle wounds, and that's Seth Terkper. He came in a long line of finance ministers, succession of finance ministers, and he licked his wounds, and one is licking his wounds right now. So, it's a habit. We've been there. You're 56 years old, as Kwaku Adoboli said. If you were born the very first day we went to the IMF, Seth Terkper is a veteran. He knows something about what to do and not what to do. So my question to you, Seth Terkper, Honorable, is you have been a Minister of Finance before. These cycles are crazy. Both parties have been through it. What is the cause? Just for you to give us a background for our discussions. What is the cause? Why have we been there so many times, 17 times, and some are, who is 56 years old here today? I guess we have some 56-year-olds over here. Mr. Seth Terkper, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Before I go to the causes, just briefly, let me state that there's something a bit different about where we are. And yes, there was crisis. But if you take from 2020 to date, we have had about 8 billion, including our own money, US dollars, flowing into the economy in the last 2.5 years. And they are there, World Bank, almost 1 billion, IMF, 2 billion. We have had Bank of Ghana supporting the budgets of 1.7 billion. And then we had our own stabilization fund, 2.5, which by last year was about 400 million coming in. All of this give us 5. Of course, other development partners, China, others came in. If you approximate that to about 1 billion, then we had a sovereign bond of about 2 billion before we couldn't go back to the market. That is a lot of money flowing into the economy. I'd like to set this stage just to say that maybe there was something fundamentally wrong, and especially the notion that we were doing well before 2020 needs to be re-examined. And I can go to 2 sources. The IMF Article 4 started to revise our deficit from 3.5, 5.9, 4.5, 5.9 to 7, and then to 7.2. Similarly, they started revising our debt. The fiscal gap was calculated then at about 3 to 5% if you make adjustments. Then came COVID, and that fiscal gap was also there, about 3 to 6%. We did indicate in the COVID report that the fiscal gap to be about 3%. And if you take all of this, it's far more than 3% of GDP. If that was truly the gap, we know where we are, today. So I'd like us to look at these 2 things, the adjustments that were made in official IMF reports, and you can take the Article 4, 2021. I say this also to draw attention to the fact that the fund is not ignorant in the negotiations. The fund is not ignorant in the negotiations. And they have been producing these reports with the concurrence of the authorities, as they call them. So I just like to, point out to, this. The highest we have had by way of intervention was HIPIC, which is about 3 billion. No government, Mr. W, the list, no government ever got 1 billion to do a correction from Dr. Bojo's time. The highest was, 915, which we did. 2 tranches, of course, came after 2017 to the current administration, right? So if we're talking about these volumes of funds, then we should be examining, some of the, excuse me, some of the assumptions, which we are setting for this discussion. Because being honest is with ourselves is one of the things that we have to do, which was like shocking the nation and telling them, that single spine was taking about 70% of tax revenue, and we needed to bring it down. Or telling the nation, we are not that well. Right, so the causes are twofold. It can be internal, domestic, and it can be external. And since we are taking a historical tour, those of us who are not so young will remember, the bushfires of the 70s and 80s, which devastated, cocoa farms, our forests. And of course, there was very difficult hardship. So it can be internal. Those were caused by droughts. But on the other hand, you can have too much rainfall, right, which can also, get particularly food in the rural areas and others, rotting, floods, and all that. There are others, but let me just, summarize. We can talk about some. The others are external, the global financial crisis, which affects everybody. But the more common one is the oscillation in commodity prices. For us, gold, it was gold, cocoa, and then we added petroleum. And that oscillation goes with, the fairly predictable global, bust, booms and busts. Right? Of course, you can have COVID, you can have the global financial, which will chance on you, but there's a regular one. And therefore, when we come to discuss, solutions, this was one of the reasons for putting away funds in the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, for the stabilization fund in particular, and to pay down our debt sinking fund and the rest, because it was analyzed by both parties. I moved almost every single section of that law. It took 1.5 years. In the end, the winnowing had to be done in the offices of the minority leader, now majority leader. And my boss would then come and move, the clauses, to the third, after the third reading. That's Dr. Dufo. So yes, we did learn that these things plague us, and we should implement what we call counter-cyclical policies, particularly target the contingency fund, which was in the Constitution. We never set it up. The stabilization fund, which was to take care of the oscillation, rules-based. And then debts, we were just used to, borrowing, no refinancing. Okay, but that is a bit going into the solutions. So the external as well as the domestic, but they're intertwined, because whatever you call external, has an impact, particularly because we are commodity exporters. Because when there's the simple example, when there's a shortfall, when demand goes down, and the advanced countries are not taking as much cocoa, of course, it means demand falls for us. Reserves suffer, budget revenues suffer. And when the dollar is strong, of course, gold is weak in the opposite direction. So one of the benefits might be, if there's going to be a recession, will there be a shift into gold? And then, of course, now we have petroleum. And we know that we use some of it to establish some of these funds. But what you earn, we are still net importer. At that point, we were net exporters. You have to import, the final product for consumption, because we have not been able to process and add our own value. Our gas is also stagnant, so we've not been able to do the necessary substitution. So these are, the main causes, the primary causes, and I can assure you that they run through all the 17 or 18 programs that we have done.
So for cyclicism, Kweku.
Professor Bokpin, this question's for you. On that note, in the US, there's a college of economists who sit together to decide if there is a recession or not. In Ghana, the IMF will tell us, and they usually come into town with the ratings agencies to tell us how we're doing, rather than we stating how we're doing. We know that one of the drivers of the currency devaluation and CD pressure we're feeling is a result in the growth in monetization of our debt. And we'll come to that in more detail. But if we are so beholden to markets, and we've been taking decisions to make ourselves more accessible to markets and more robust, then why do we have to keep returning to the IMF as a function of what happens to our finances in the markets?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So I stand on the existing protocols. So as Honorable Setepe said, I think Ghana loves the IMF. Okay, so
Our dear mother.
yeah. So if you look at it from independence, you see that this economy, the structures, to some extent, has also been shaped by the IMF and their recommendations. Either you look at it from the structural adjustment, reforms, and all of that to today, right, and beyond. So one of the easiest things to predict right now is how often we can go to the IMF. Okay. In 2019, when the IMF was exiting, one of the things they left in their handing over note was that they were ready to come to our aid anytime. Okay. like they stand ready. And that was almost predictable. Probably they knew we were coming soon. So on 1st July, when we made the call to the IMF, the following Wednesday they were in town. So it looks like they had bought their flights. They were just waiting for the call, and predictably the call came. So let's put it this way, but we've had our moments where we filed a divorce with the IMF. And that was a great moment for Ghana. And this was in 2006, when we had finished the HIPIC and then the Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative. Our debt to GDP ratio came down to less than 30%, around 26% of GDP. That meant we had fiscal space. What do you do with that fiscal space? We were then under the IMF's Poverty Reduction and Growth Facility. So we felt that we could inject growth through external debt financing, and we didn't want to be under the restrictions of the IMF. Any country would do that. Look, there's no country that can develop without a minimum pride that says, this is who we are. This is how we want to develop. We want to develop on these terms. So we felt that, yes, have a go. We filed a divorce. It wasn't so difficult for the IMF to grant that divorce because they knew it would not be long. In less than 3 years, we made a U-turn. So July, as you said, 2009 to July 2012, we placed ourselves firmly in the hands of the IMF. The first person who took us to the IMF, actually, by way of application, was Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in 1965. The reason his name is not mentioned in the literature was because after the program had been developed and approved, he rejected it because his fiscal expansionary drive were inconsistent with the dictates of the IMF austerity. So he rejected it. We are unable to tell how Dr. Nkrumah would have fared without the program because it wasn't long and his government was overthrown. But you can see, as Honorable Setekwe said, the template that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah sent to the IMF in 1965 is almost the same template we submitted in 2022. The causes are almost predictable. What are they? High expenditure, low revenue. The balance is explained through borrowing. So by 1965, our debt had gone up to about 500 million. In fact, we introduced the CD July 1965. Inflation in 1964 was 0.98%, less than 1%. By the end of 1965, inflation was 26.4%. And we've been, I got a call from a colleague in Europe who was telling me inflation is so high. And I asked him, what was it? He was talking about 7%. And I said, come on, you're joking. We were born into inflation, right? And at that time, it was more than 33%. It's been a challenge over the years. Why do we keep going there? As a country, we've not been able to put the right measures and institutions that would ensure the necessary fiscal restraints and drive efficiency. And therefore, anytime we run through these challenges, as Honorable Setekwe said, we needed an external anchor. And that external anchor appears to be the IMF. Right? And data support that anytime we've gone to the IMF, we tend to get some level of macroeconomic stability. But what has been the problem is that we've not been able to sustain that. And we know in economics that macroeconomic stability is not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. And that is why nobody should expect the IMF to come and transform your economy for you. Okay, the best helping hand that this country can find is at the end of our own arm. We have to sit somewhere and conceptualize where we want Ghana to be and how we want to get there and how do we track that. I was just looking at the government's coordinated social and economic program that was presented to Parliament when the current president assumed office, which also is consistent with the Constitution. It was one of the quickest that we had under the Fourth Republic. But you can check what we said we would do and what is happening right now and what we did. You could see the variance. That's quite difficult, okay? So to the extent that this is a small open economy, we get some help externally, and I won't say that the IMF hasn't been helpful, right? They have their own shortcomings. But we should just understand that we can't just sit here and think that the IMF will come here and transform our economy for us. That is for us to do. What do we want for ourselves? And are we willing to pay that price? Other than that, you want to, okay, so, and if we want to spend time, they will always come with a rating agency. Remember, we pay them to say all that they say about us and all of that. Okay, so we are in this, and this current one is a bit challenging. Because in a number of them, programs that we've gone to the fund, our debt levels were a bit challenging, but they were not at the level where we find ourselves right now, which more or less requires some form of debt restructuring, right? A haircut by way of conclusion. The next important question would be, that haircut, on whose head should it be, right? Should it be on the head of government, Bank of Ghana, or on the head of banks, and on banks or households? That's quite challenging. But it's not the first time we are doing restructuring either. We've done restructuring about 6 times in our history with all our engagement with the fund. Okay.
I'm sure we'll come back to this, and I'm going to hand back to Prince, but you missed out, or you left out, I don't know if on purpose, the heads of foreigners who invested in Ghana and earned massive profits off our Eurobonds. Should they also be haircut? I'm sure that's a question we'll come to. Prince, over to you.
All right, well, you can give us a minute of that if you would like to answer that.
There is considerable evidence that lends to the predatory lending to Africa. It's not only to Ghana. Okay, African countries, we all go to the Eurobonds, but anytime African countries go there, there's a certain yield that we have to pay that is not explained by economic fundamentals. Others have called that African premium, right? So to that extent, some level of haircuts has to be done equitably and fairly. And we saw in the case of Zambia, right? BlackRock alone, right? If Zambia had been able to pay all their debt, BlackRock, a foreign entity, would have made more than 110% just by lending to Zambia.
And yet they're blaming China.
Yeah, that's like predatory. But, you know, let me ask you, in this country, it has never been our goal to grow and nurture domestic private capital in the same way we love foreign capital. We are here. Let's ask ourselves. Let's ask ourselves. Okay? Where did we sit with domestic Ghanaian private sector and say that this is what we have? Where do you think? How can we support you? We are always here deceiving ourselves about SMEs. SMEs don't transform an economy. SMEs don't produce complex things. The world thrives on margins. Margins come by adding value. So you see the phone you are holding, there are so many installed features you are not using, but you paid for it. Somebody has to add those things so they can add margin. Until we are conscious about growing some of our SMEs, for some of them to become regional, global businesses, we are not going anywhere. Pick the lucrative sectors of this economy. Ghana is visibly absent. We are visibly absent. So, in fact, and it didn't start today. You know, just spend some time and go into our history. Right from independence, the average Ghanaian politician has been afraid of a powerful domestic private sector because of the role money plays in politics. So we are more open to facilitating foreign capital because we think that they will not play a role in politics. Wow. So if we have done this level of injustice to ourselves, how do you turn around and cry for going to IMF 17 times? Please. I think I need to end here.
All right. Okay. So when you said, powerful, you spoke about a powerful SME sector. I thought about the Mittelstands in Germany, where, Mittelstands would be the medium-sized enterprises who actually drive the auto industry in Germany and around the world, really. And so I was also... You start from somewhere? And you must be conscious. They can't hear you, so I'm repeating. All right. And so around 2/3, we're coming to you, John Kwache. Around 2/3, just picked this up when I was coming here this morning on LinkedIn. And it's from the Economic Intelligence Unit, EIU. And it says that around 2/3 of African states have increased their domestic policy rates in 2022 to curb inflation and ease pressure on exchange rates. And the majority of Africa will raise domestic policy rates further in 2023. African governments will need to tread carefully to protect fragile confidence among households and businesses and avoid disrupting short to medium-term economic growth prospects. So this is what we have. And so my question is, John Kwachi, give us a reason to believe that we can perform better while the global economy is in dire straits.
Thank you so much. I think we should stay on the subject of, how we got to, where we are. I also want to give my perspective on that, because it is when you know where you are coming from that you can find solutions to your economic challenges. As we have been told, or we are all aware, we've been to the IMF 17 times in our history. Now, that tells you that there's something fundamentally wrong with the way we've been managing our economy. The problems we are facing today actually did not start, today. Maybe they have been exacerbated by the external shocks that we have experienced. But because our economy has been very vulnerable all these years, and that is why maybe we have not been able, and then we have not been able to build enough economic and financial buffers to be able to allow us to withstand these shocks. And this is why maybe we are experiencing, the shocks. We are feeling it more than other countries, some of our peers. Now, I must say that, as a country, we need both resources and policies, to advance our development. It is very important. You need resources and you need policies. Now, for Ghana, unfortunately, we have lacked adequate resources all these years, while our policies have also been defective in so many areas. Now, when you come to resources, we collect only a fraction of our potential tax revenue. And I'm happy Mr. Dr. Amishada is here. I hear sometimes they pat themselves on the back that, we have exceeded our target, revenue target. But of course, it depends on what that target is. How ambitious is that target? So if you set a target that is not, I've always said that our revenue targets have not been ambitious enough, because we collect just about 12% of our GDP, in tax revenue, just 12%. Many of our peers even do as much as 2 times that, okay? So we have a big potential to be able to raise more revenue, to fund our development. And we don't collect enough taxes, not because our tax rates are low. We all know that income tax rates, corporate tax rates in this country are quite high. It is because of the many loopholes and administrative inefficiencies in our tax system. And we will come to maybe discuss some of the specifics. And studies have shown that if we were to be able to plug those loopholes and then also address the inefficiencies, we could double at least our tax to GDP ratio. You see, sometimes our economic managers make it look like the solution to our problems is, rocket science. But if you are a professional economist, the way that we manage our economy is very frustrating. There's things that we know can be done, but sometimes you wonder why, our economic managements are not doing it. So what I'm saying is that we don't collect enough revenue. And And then when we come to the policy side also, we continue to make very poor policy choices. For instance, we spend much more of the meager revenue we collect on consumption activities and less on production or pro-growth activities. In fact, we spend under 5% of our GDP on development expenditure, under 5%. Now, as a developing country, you need to move that up to at least 10 to 15%. And then you look at recurrent expenditure, and it takes almost all our accounts for almost entire expenditure. Now, when we receive, we also receive a paltry share of our natural resources, and we give a large portion of it to foreigners. Now, our natural resources, in fact, they are the lowest hanging fruits, the greatest opportunity that we can leverage, we can use, to develop our country. But when we sign contracts with foreign companies, we give it almost all away, to the foreign companies, and we keep just a meager portion for ourselves. Now, why we do that, is difficult for me to say. And then, as we fail to mobilize enough resources to meet our growing expenditure needs, we have to resort to borrowing, to fill the gap. And this is why our debt has escalated, to these unsustainable levels. No, I remember that before we went to HIPIC, our debt had risen to, as high as where we are now, over 100% of GDP. And then when we benefited from HIPIC relief, the debt to GDP ratio came down to 26% in 2006. Now we've gone up progressively all these years, and we are being told that by the end of this year, we could reach 100% again. This means that we're returning to the pre-HIPIC, level. And this is because, we don't collect enough revenue. Meanwhile, our expenditure continues to mount, and the gap, we have to fill it by, borrowing. Now, as we are speaking, we have also accumulated domestic payment arrears, and then we risk defaulting that it is advisable even to borrow to support your CD, because you forget that there will be a reversal of the flows that came in when it comes to repayment, and the pressure will come back to the CD. So that is not a solution to our problem. Now, because our economy has been left vulnerable to shocks, we have been hit much harder by COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war. Our inflation and exchange rates have escalated to these levels. Look, Ivory Coast, which is next door to us, their inflation rate is 5.4%. We have the same type of economic structures. We have all been hit by, COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine war. Why is their inflation 5.4% and ours is 37.2%? Why has our CD depreciated by over 50% this year when the CFA has, of course, the CFA is fixed, to the euro, is pegged to the euro. But those are some of the considerations that we should be looking at, finding lasting solutions to, the exchange rate and so on. Maybe we should consider changing the exchange rate regime entirely. Now, people are talking about, should we adopt a currency board? These are some of the things that, discussions that we should be having. Now we are doing like firefighting. So, but we keep our eyes off the fact that our problems are of a longer term in nature. Over 65 years, we have not transformed this economy from its colonial structure. We are still producing primary commodities that we sell at very low, prices, and then we import virtually everything into this country. That is where we are, and those are the challenges that we need to find solutions to, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwachi. We will delve deeper into many of those pillars as we continue. The next question is for Reverend Amishadai, basically the controller of GRA. The last 6 IMF programs were all extended credit facility structures. They resulted from shortfalls in government revenue mobilization as measured against increases in government expenditure. IMF is, after all, a balance of payments institution. That's what they're there for, to fill that gap when it becomes too big for us to sustain ourselves. But what's critical right now is we're talking about the battle for CD strength, trying to get CD strength against the US dollar to make it easier for us to service our debts. But we know that your life gets harder as revenue generator and collector when the CD weakens. Can you explain why that is the case and what we need to do structurally to ensure that earning revenue in CDs does not leave us vulnerable when we need to pay or service debt in US dollars?
Thank you very much, and thanks also for the opportunity. And thanks also, I think Dr. Kwachi did mention some few things as far as the revenue is concerned. And it's reminded me when many years when I used to be in banking, and then I was asked to go to Bank of Ghana to go and look for some data, and I went, and then there was a young man there. And so when I saw him, I said, this is a young man I used to meet many years ago in Bank of Ghana. So I'm glad that I'm also here with the other colleagues. I think that is important that we understand as you have thoroughly talked about, in a situation where we see that the expenditure is going up significantly, and then the challenges that we have all just enumerated in terms of the world situation, the global situation, and the examples that Dr. Kwachi talked about, which I don't want to re-emphasize, then definitely we see that whatever you collect, it's like the earth has opened its mouth to swallow it. And therefore, it's important that we see a significant increase. And Dr. Kwachi also mentioned about the tax to GDP ratio, which I can say that last year we reached 13.4%, which was the highest in the last 6 years of the nation for the highest tax to GDP ratio. And in terms of the growth of revenue, last year saw a growth of revenue year on year of about 26%, which was also the highest in the last 6 years. The last time we had a tax growth of more than 30% was before the, the recalibration dates. And so we have seen significant improvement in revenue, but there is a huge room for improvement to be able to close the gap so that we can generate enough revenue in the country, domestic, to be able to close these gaps and not always have to run to them if we are not doing enough internally. He mentioned about the fact that maybe we pat our back. The truth is that the opportunity for us to increase revenue in this country is very significant. And sometimes I hear people talk about, you have taxed some people are paying too much. If I look at it significantly from the very top in terms of the large taxpayers to the medium taxpayers to those who are in the VAT side, to all the tax types that we have, there's opportunity for everyone and every person in every sector to improve significantly. And the notion that some people are overtaxed, you are not there yet. I'll give you some statistics. On the average tax to GDP ratio for Africa stands at 16%, and we are 13.4, which puts us below the average for tax to GDP ratio. The contribution of corporate income tax to Africa is about 30% for Ghana, but then the average contribution is 25%. Meanwhile, Ghana's tax rate is one of the lowest in Africa. So when it comes to the corporate income tax, you see that even though our rate is one of the lowest, in terms of its contribution to our tax revenue, it's one of the highest, which shows that there's a lot of efficiency in that area, though I can say that we can do more. But when you come to places like VAT, and it's an area that contributes 17% to our tax revenue, but in Africa, it contributes in some places 30% to their revenue. And these are areas that you identify that there's a lot that we can do there to increase our revenue. And it's not because people are not collecting, but you and I are paying and other people are pocketing. And it's important that we put in measures. Can you imagine that we are in 2022 and in Ghana we still collect VAT by taking a book and then filling a book voucher where people can actually put in a card and then write. There's recently one company that we arrested, and the people who were checking on the vouchers, they did it for the whole day. As you go out, they take a picture. I'm just illustrating that for you to understand. When they finished and they went into the shop, the booklet was done. It's finished. The highest amount in their book, that is the duplicates and the triplicates, is 120 Ghana cedis. The lowest amount in the copies that were taken outside the shop is 10,000 Ghana cedis. What do you do? He had 2 cards. So on the first one, he writes your 10,000, which is what you take away. Then he removes the card and writes 120. And there was not even one that was above 200. And it's important that we all, and I'll come to that, when we're doing the recent case where we said we're doing the invoice invigilation, we saw a number of criticisms about the fact that why do you have people sitting in the shop in 2022 to go and check what people are buying. And then we told all of us that we have moved on. We are coming out with the e-invoice. And what the e-invoice does, and I'm trying to show you the opportunity for revenue. That's what I'm emphasizing this. What the e-invoice does is that, or e-VAT does is that, it connects, our system connects to your system. And so for everything that is purchased, we see it, and we see it live. In fact, to the extent that if a shop stops selling through the system for 2 hours, the system will blink and tell you that this shop is not selling. I sat on one Sunday looking at a shop which was not selling, quickly sent somebody there. He bought the things meanwhile the shop was trying to sell. Now, the point I'm making is that when we started this and we started closing the site, I said, oh, I'm finding it so difficult to connect to your system. But we are giving these shops 6 months to be able to connect to the system. But they say they find it difficult for us to connect to the system. So the electronic one, we are moving into it. But come to those who were also invigilating. We get a lot of criticisms, but I'll give you some figures. There's one shop we invigilated. In June, I'll give you a lot of, but before I give, let me give summaries. Out of the, we vigilated about 53, just 53 in September. 69% of them, of the 53 taxpayers, which we did the invigilation for the VAT, 69% of them, the difference in what we got for September and what they filed for June, July, August, was between 100% and 1,700%. 69% of them. There's a company that filed 35,000 in June, 35,000 in July, 75,000 in August, and when we sat in and collected the invoices, it was 1,800,000. There's a company that filed 1.2 in June, 1.5 in July, 1.5 again in August. When we sat in the shop, it was 3.7 million. There's a company that also filed, I'll give you this one, and he filed 300 in June, 88 in July, 117 in August, and when we sat in the shop, 2.5 million. There's a company here, but a restaurant. He's filed 77,000. Oh, no, sorry. I'll pick that one for you. I just want to pick a particular. There are a number of them. If I want to, I will not finish. It filed 17,000 in June, 19,000 in July, and then 20,000 in August. When we sat in the shop, filed 303,000 in September. I'll give you another one also. It filed 89,000 in June, 87,000 in July, and then 108 in August. When we start in the shop, we got 5.4 million. This is 60, and I'm saying that out of the 53, 69% of them. If we move on to the automated, and this law was passed in 20, I'm sure Honorable Minister can remind me when the electronic, 2016. That's when the law for the electronic invoicing was passed. And we only implemented in 2022. We have just started implementing. If we are able to implement, because how many of us go to any of the countries that we know and we do this sort of invoicing? If we're able to implement it significantly, the difference is that as you go to the restaurant and you eat, you're already paying the tax. But that tax is kept by somebody. And at the same time, the same person will be one who will stand on the radio and resist the imposition of the same tax, because he knows why he's resisting. And it's important for us as a nation to move on, because there's money here and we can collect. And what we are doing is setting the foundations and setting the system, the processes that will ensure that our tax to GDP ratio will move from the 13% to the 18% and to the 20% that we are seeing in other countries. I am very, very confident about that. I'll give you another example. Today, if I ask those who are in this room, how many of us file tax, and ask you to show up by hands and be genuine, we will not get 10%. I've tried it with talking to my friends in various areas, and I'll say, do you file your tax? They say, oh, my company pays the income tax on my behalf. Do I need to file? We have come out with a system. And when I talk to people about it, they start wondering, are you going to do that? With a USSD code that you put in your own phone, you can tell whether you are tax compliant or not. You only have to dial star, I'm just mentioning it, but it is coming out soon. And when you do the star 800, this is not the correct number, I've come out soon. And you put the hash there, it will ask you for your Ghana card number. When you put the Ghana card number, it will tell you whether you are tax compliant or not. And we are making this system available to many of the government institution services. And we are proposing that some of these laws might be amended such that if you want to renew your driving licenses, if you want to renew your roadworthy, when you go there and they tap in your Ghana card, it will tell you whether you're tax compliant or not. And if you are not compliant, you don't renew. I was in the UK recently and spent some time with HMRC. In the UK today, if you want a professional driving license, they will check your tax compliance status. It's very easy for us to do the same thing, so that if you want a professional driving license, or you want to renew your license, or you want to register your document in lands, they check you. And if all of us will file our tax, today, Ghana has moved to the point of being a signatory, not only a signatory, but satisfy all the technology requirements and the security requirements for automatic exchange of information. What I mean automatic exchange of information is that in the OECD, it allows the other countries, in fact, currently we have with 91 countries, 71 countries, who can automatically send us information about Ghanaians or residents, people who are residing in Ghana and have accounts outside. and it's automatic. And I can tell you that we have received the first data.
I should go and pay my taxes.
And these are all things that we are working on to increase the revenue opportunity. I'll say some few things and then I'll pause. You see, in addition to the things I've mentioned, we have also looked at the various areas that we can increase the revenue. We talk about e-commerce. It's an area that we have not touched. Recently, we launched a platform for e-commerce. We had identified 117 companies potential for to register. 31 have registered. In 1 month, for the 31 who have registered, the tax that came was over 82 million in 1 month for the 31 who had just registered for first month. The difference is that if you buy your Netflix and you pay the $11.99, in Canada, the $11.99 includes tax. In Ghana, all the $11.99 goes to Netflix because you don't have a platform to get the money from Netflix. If we would do all these things and put them in place, I can assure you that we are setting the platforms for higher revenue. And where we have reached at 13.4% in terms of tax to GDP ratio, the opportunity for us to go. It is important that we Ghanaians stand firm and be able to put the principles, the procedures, and the technology. And I like the reason why our theme talks about technology. Because what we can do is doing compliance by design and not compliance by going through the shops and trying to whip people. If we do the compliance by design and such that we can monitor every one of us, we'll be able to come to the point where the revenue will be significant and we'll be able to meet the needs of our nation and not always have to run to the World Bank to be able to get the necessary revenues. Opportunities exist in Ghana and we can make it.
Wow.
Okay, it's back on. So, yes. All right, so it's back on. I understand from Reverend Mishadai's submission that to find the solutions, now I'm going to name what preceded your solution, yeah, as the Kweku Anansi Index. You have to find it to be able to find the solution. Perhaps you might have a better name for that kind of index.
One that assesses how likely the people of a nation are to manipulate the rules to get away if they can. I don't know the words for it.
So let's name it. Can we find a better name from the audience? I call it the Kweku Anansi Index. Can you find a better one? Yes, let's have you. Please go to the mic. Yes, to the mic, to the microphone. And give us a name. We would like our journalists to write this and have a framework with which we work. All right, look, I'm going to walk up to you and you can use my mic. Not a question, just a name.
A little tongue-in-cheek, I'd like to call it the coefficient ratio.
The coefficient ratio. All right then, a more technical name. So, Kweku, your next question.
So thank you, Reverend Mishadai, for actually helping us to understand a very powerful way in which we can close our fiscal gap, our fiscal deficits. And it suggests that there's so much hidden gold on the streets of Ghana that actually just changing one thing, which is forcing people to be unable to manipulate the system, creates a huge difference in what we are able to collect. And of course, being able to collect much more than we actually use will ultimately perhaps change behavior, because if everyone knew that resources were not scarce, then they might not be tempted to follow the Kweku Anansi Index.
Before you go on, so this is our second round of questions. We got them. by having a lot of conversations with a lot of people. That's what we tend to do. We did this last year from an advice we got from Dr. Godwin Akwe. So we met with a lot of people, and so we were able to gather these questions. So the second round of questions are not from us, but from some of you. Kweku.
Can I make a point?
Please go ahead.
As a follow-up to what Mr. Mishadara has said, the way I see his intervention, he's not a policy maker. He implements government policy, okay? Now, a lot of the problems with our revenue mobilization has to do with policy, okay? Now, the exemptions, that is policy. The property taxes that we don't collect, that is policy, okay? Well, when it comes to trade misinvoicing and so on, he probably has to, he has to do that. But the point I'm making is that some of the loopholes, are beyond him. It is the policymakers that have to address those loopholes, and then he has to implement them. Okay.
And we hope this platform provides some of the solutions to the policymakers.
Exactly. So the loopholes that I have listed, the exemptions. That one, they have just passed a bill, and so it's an act. It's supposed to be streamlining the exemptions. But when you read the bill, the act, and you see that they have retained provisions like, there will still be exemptions for privileged persons. Okay? Then you ask yourself, who are these privileged persons? Why should, is it not in the bill, in the act? Why should it be there? And they still leave discretion authority to the minister to grant exemptions or not to grant exemptions. That should also not be there. Those, provisions, they tie his hands. He can't do anything about that. He has to implement that. Okay? Now, then property taxes. Why are we not valuing, these, mansions all over Accra? Give them, market, values and charge them market rates. What are we not doing? I'm saying that that's also, policy. Then, of course, trade misinvoicing is a huge area. I'm sure he will confirm that. And maybe digitization, yes, will help, to reduce that. So there are so many other loopholes in the tax system that I think are beyond him, and the policymakers need to address them.
Those can be plugged only by policy.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think I share with the points that the doctor has raised, and definitely as a nation, we need to continue to look at the policies and see how we can, for example, when you talk about exemptions, some of the challenges of exemption is the fact that the exemption does not only take some of the money away, but it gives people the opportunity to, what's the right word to use? To other finds way of dodging the tax. Because once you put the exemption there, then he starts thinking, even though I'm not qualified, how can I put myself under the exemptions? So then he ends up being able to get into that. So a lot of times, if we could avoid exemption, is great. Some of the laws that we have to, we need to come to look at it. If you look at the issue of property tax, our Local Government Act and the Property Tax Act completely says that the value of the property shall be determined by, not by the replacement, by the replacement value in terms of the material cost that you put into the property. And so if I have a property in Latte, and I have a property in East Legon, and I put in cement cost 10,000, this cost 10,000, and I put the thing there, your property rate would not differ significantly by the virtue of the fact that the land costs you $2 million. And these are some of the things that I believe that he's emphasizing, and we need to look at them and see what we can do about them.
All right, Kweku. Your next question goes to Honorable Settek.
Yes.
I saw him shake his head, so I'm sure he's going to have a response to that and then go to his question. Kweku.
Honorable Seth Tekpe, one of the most important topics we're discussing here today is the question of how to close our fiscal gaps. We're excluded from international capital markets, and our fiscal gap is currently being financed by the Bank of Ghana in various ways, including through what the IMF has termed asset purchase programs. Asset purchase programs, we are learning, come with their own dangers, especially in an environment which leaves us exposed to a strengthening dollar, vulnerable to foreign repatriation of funds, and also vulnerable to local offshoring of funds, and an appetite for foreign products, whether at home, office, or at church, or driving in between. Ultimately, what we've done is we've propped up the city using Eurobond debt, and now that there's no more flow of dollars coming in, the propping up has fallen away, and we're spiraling downwards. How can the macroeconomic fundamentals be restored under such a stifling economic arrangements?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we need to put this question within context of the fact that Ghana has become a middle-income country. We are not going to get debt relief. We are not going to get grants. In fact, our grants have been diminishing, and principally, therefore, in fact, I was the one who received the letter to say that you have become a middle-income country. You cannot borrow from even the World Bank for 40 years anymore. You can only borrow for 25 years. And if we were to get a fourth oil field, it would be like Kenya, will be moved into a hybrid. So that is a reality. That as, potentially we grow and we are proud of it, it's also taking us out. I have a map which I call the segmentation of Africa. Frankly, Africa's low middle-income countries and upper middle-income countries are about the same number as the low-income countries, 23 and 21. And that is a reality. That is how the world is looking at us, which is why the World Bank president said, go for debt suspension. There's no debt relief or forgiveness for you. That is for fragile states, because there's a context to which we are. So I like to just say that access to the capital markets itself, it's not a bad thing. Yes, it was a slippery road, but let us look at some of the practical things that we did. I think that sometimes we need to prefer solutions. That was the essence of the sinking fund. And let me give you an example. By 2014, we saw 750 million waiting for us to be either paid or refinanced. That's the first sovereign bond, 2007 to 2017. So we capped the stabilization fund. The PRMA says that if you cap the stabilization fund, you must use it for debt service and for the contingency fund. So we set up those two funds. The first use of the contingency fund was when the Kwame Nkrumah disaster, circular disaster came, 15 million compared to 215 million, but I'll come to that. With the sinking fund, we were able to use our own our own oil revenue. Despite the dip in oil prices in 2015, 2016, by the time we were leaving office, we had, paid off 336 million through the secondary market because the yields were low. We had to make a disclosure. 200 million, about 250 actually was left. Then I'll come to another point. There was a balance of, 200, right? So that's a total of 550, which was used on October 4th, 2017, right? So we were able to use our own, by the structure of the PRMA to take off the bonds. In fact, then, if you recall, in 2015, the entire 1 billion bond that we did, not a penny came into the budget. We used it for refinancing. So let's know that we are done refinancing. We've done this debt management, before. It was guaranteed by the World Bank, right? So what did we do? We had domestic debt, significant ones, which were issued to pay the single spine. We had huge subsidies, because of doomsday and inability and the falling, So, but in spite of all that, we set up the sinking fund, and that's the result. So we said, so let me backtrack. So together with the 1 billion, we refinanced with first 500 million in 2015, and then, moved the 500 million dollars into 2021. The question was, were we managing the markets or no? We said no. Treasury bills, there were those which were being rolled over, all the time. And there are some bankers among here who were part of the team that was working on all of these things. So we refinanced. And then we paid off. We paid off some of the bonds. We paid off some of the, because we had cash. We didn't roll over. That is the reason you go to 2014, you see the TB rate going down, you see the bond rates going down, and the rate of borrowing started to decline. The graphs are there. So I'm saying, and this principle is in our constitution. This principle is practiced by some, investment grade countries, emerging markets, which were once developing countries. If you borrow, you must pay. You don't keep rolling over. You end up with rollover risk. Those of you who are in the financial markets, right? We stop all of this. In fact, the sinking fund is projected to come to zero in 2 years' time. Stabilization fund, I'll give just a few. We built up the stabilization fund. I mentioned the Kwame Nkrumah disaster, which we used, $15 million US. One oil field. Built up to about 300 million before leaving office. The first fund we fell on when COVID hit, 250 million, if you recall, was on the stabilization fund. We went to Parliament to further reduce the cap. It's depleted because we did not restore the cap despite 3 oil fields. So my point, if you were able to take 250 million, build, I'm not saying substantially, from 1 oil field, with 3 oil fields, could you have increased it to 750 million times 3? 10 field, some cover, Could you have increased? That's the way you win yourself of the IMF. Because you have your own 750 million. And you go and borrow 250, you don't borrow 1 billion. Botswana and others are practicing this, Kenya, So I'm trying to say that, I spoke about the problems and the counter-cyclical measures. For example, I mentioned droughts and all the others. It's simple. If you recall during the global financial crisis, they called them the PIGS. Portugal, Ireland, Greece, Spain. They were driven to the fund, basically by Germany, because they were not going to finance their deficit. Did they go back for COVID? No, they learned their lesson, because going back to the fund had become a developing country phenomenon. And within 1.5 years, Ireland had paid, the money which was to be 3 to 5 years. And they didn't go back. In fact, we talk about quantitative easing, another example. The US, and it's in Bloomberg, at a point when they were considering interest rates, I was in the US, they said the Treasury poses a headache for the Fed in its interest rate. Why? As a result of the quantitative easing that was done and the resale of the assets, the Treasury had accumulated $3 trillion US. It was in Bloomberg. That's how come the US, unlike the global financial crisis, was nimble, when COVID came and started giving support, to pharmaceuticals, and they didn't have to do quantitative easing again. So I'm saying that we can also do modest, bits, beginning with the PRMA, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. We all go to Dubai. It's the Dubai fund as, the development. It was supposed, Ghana Infrastructure Fund was supposed to own the phase 2 of the land at the airport. And there were designs and things to do a concourse into Terminal 3, right, which was, in fact, Ghana Infrastructure Fund has a stake in Terminal 3, because eventually they have about 15% stake, in Terminal 3. By the way, Terminal 3 itself was financed. We didn't issue a sovereign guarantee for Terminal 3, the thing that plagues developing countries, because we took the airport tax, which is in dollars, which was going to the consolidated fund, and the one that was going, to airport company. And we said, when we finished Terminal 3, there are a lot of airport services, which, Magdalene is here, which you can use to pay salaries. This is tax. So we ring-fence it. And led by the African Development Bank, when they did the projections, it was, it could recover the debt, so we didn't have to issue. The condition is you had to ring-fence it, right? And we said, yes, we'll ring-fence it and even go further for Bank of Ghana to do a swift payment, if you want to be assured that this fund will not be taken back. The same with the port expansion. The port expansion, Tema and Takrady, are from the dollar-based, the dollar-based funds, which Ports and Harbors generated. I had a long discussion, they are fully financed, by the projects. By the way, we mentioned Nkrumah, that's how, the Volta River Authority paid for the dam. In fact, it's VRA that paid for the dam because of its underwriting by Kaiser. That was the essence of it. So I'm saying that sometimes maybe we should start, our academics and others, we should start looking at the positive things that, all governments have some positive or the other. The positive things that governments have done, in order that we can, build, on them, and be able to make some progress. Many of these, including the refinancing I spoke about, were in our homegrown policy. So before we could finish negotiation of the fund program in 2015, we were already implementing them. The sinking fund had been established and all that. In fact, there was some discussion whether, because of Doomsday and others, whether you wouldn't consider, using the sinking fund to lower the deficit. And we said, no, we'll go with the pain. Because if I use it to reduce the deficit, it's consumption that I'm using. And if we use it, what do we do when the 750 comes up in 2017? Of course, we were confident we'll win the elections, right? So those are some examples, infrastructure fund. And then, so when we talk about buffers, these are our buffers that we started creating. What the advanced countries have been doing, these are what, and in fact, sinking fund and others, the US Treasury, the UK Treasury, World Bank Treasury, and the rest came to our assistance to set up these structures. Because we often look at IMF and the rest on the austerity side, but we don't look at the technical assistance that, these institutions, command. Just on revenue, I think one of the things, interesting positions I held, was to be nominated as an assembly member. So I always joke that I became an honorable before, I was a minister. We should be careful with property tax. Before the DACF, the mainstay of our assemblies was property tax. I think what we could do is to piggyback the rent tax and assist. The rent tax is GRA. And the valuation used to be done, by the land valuation. In fact, it's still in the local government act. Otherwise, we would end up, and remember that we've capped the DACF, so the assemblies are not getting, So from time immemorial, it has been a mainstay, for it. So I agree that we could use GPS and others to identify houses, and particularly commercial property. In the rural areas and things, it's very difficult. So family houses, who pays, and those type of things. But now we are having, and partner with maybe, the construction companies to collect these things. But when you collect, you must use, these things to, I'm a tax administrator, and I'm not a big fan of apps. They are good. Apps are good. But if you do not have a solid system to process the information will be sitting on the server for the vendor. I think what GRA, let's not forget that GRA merged IRS and VAT service. There was a training that was to be continued. There were the merger of files. And this cannot be done manually. They can only be done electronically. The phase 2 of the revenue modernization, phase 1, you remember, was West Blue, now ICOMS, GCNet, right? Now, the best invoice cross-matching that you want to do, the customs entry is an invoice. And we import about 2/3 or even more of both consumer goods, and of inputs for businesses. So we're in the process of introducing, yes, personal identification is very important, but what about the tax offices? They are not coded. They are not in the system. Yes, okay, I'll just wrap up. So to interface, with. So you don't have a system domestically that's interfacing, right? And so you are not able, to enforce compliance because you are not doing the effective cross-matching that needs, to be done, right? So I'm just mentioning some of the, the points. I think that we need to move on, and we need to install a system that will interface, with the customs system, and then be able to generate the required revenue. This was in the offing. The first one was financed by the World Bank, and I'm sure they'll be able to do that.
If you permit, just to say that whatever has been done, so the domestic system has been interfaced with the ICAM system, and for the month of September only, we're able to pull data from the the ICAM system, link it to the domestic system, and identify 677 taxpayers' opportunity, which raised over 130 million Ghana cedis for the month. So just to say that what he said has been done now. And then also, we've also got DVLA and SNATE also interfacing with the data as well.
And I realized that you didn't disagree with him on the issue of rent tax. So we moved
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
So these are some of the positives we should be accentuating.
So yeah, there is some consensus over here, which is quite nice to witness. So we go to Professor Bobkin, and this question we got from one of our development analysts that we talk to from time to time. And his question is quite long. I think it's about a minute long, so you'll have to bear with me. But we're going to make the answer quite short. So, question from a development analyst who wants to know. There is all this talk about industrialization, and somehow we understand that we're getting there because there are some factories. They're not machinery factories to compete with the West, but they are enough to begin with. But to make them profitable, we have to protect our nascent industry. In Europe, national security laws are built into their financial system where mergers and acquisitions at the private level are subject to national security frameworks. For instance, intellectual properties belonging to startups cannot just be sold off to a foreign entity because those IPs may be considered strategic to that country's national security. Now, this is a protectionist measure that nobody complains about in the so-called international community. And recently, when the Ethiopian finance minister barred the imports of certain products into the country using AML-CFT frameworks, that is anti-money laundering, countering of financing of terrorism frameworks, very few people could say that they were being protectionist. So import substitution, as it were, is a great idea, but how can we do that without attracting the ire of the global watchhounds, where if we don't find the right policy frameworks to link our import substitution measures, we may be called protectionist, and that comes with its own dire set of sanctions. It is hypocritical, but that is a game. What are some of the ammunition we can use to circumvent the perfidious, that is the hypocritical frameworks used by some international organizations to limit our progress? We have net zero, for instance. I think it's one of them.
Hello. So, like, all that you read is like one question for me to
Absolutely.
Answer.
Yes. It's from a development analyst who knows you very well.
All right. Thank you very much. I think it's an interesting question. Just a small interjection on the earlier question. When we're talking about closing the fiscal gap, we had focused so much on revenue, right? So we need to also talk about the expenditure. Look, with all due respect, Ghana is too expensive to run. We have created a democracy that is so expensive to run and leaves very little for growth-enhancing spending.
Why is it expensive to run?
Because we chose this. I'll give you an example. You know, somebody just mentioned inflation rate in Cote d'Ivoire. maybe less than 6%. They have 32 ministers. Can you tell me the number of ministers the president is running this country with? We don't need that. Please, we don't need that. The data tells us that the size of Ghana's government is negatively related to growth. The data is clear. So when you are talking about generating more revenue, and you don't look at efficiency at the expenditure side, generating more revenue doesn't solve your problem. You need to look at both. You need to look at both. And then you need to improve efficiency in your public investment management process. Other than that, more money is not your solution. All over the world, we know that resources are limited. The countries that make it, firms that make it, they believe in maximizing the alternative uses of scarce resources. We are not doing that. The size of government is inhibiting growth-enhancing spending. In crisis moments like this, what we can do is to downsize and adopt a lean government approach, and that will free up space. If you don't do that, if government doesn't do that, the government has no moral right to ask me to take a haircut. I took mine yesterday. Okay? So we must be intentional and definite that and we saw this coming. Honorable, you are doing very well. And that is the zone we are now. And this is consistent with the operationalization of Sustainable Development Goals. We make reference to the Addis Tax Initiative 2015, the bedrock of operationalizing SDGs. SDG 17 itself has more premium to that. From there, we realized that DRM, domestic revenue mobilization, is more sustainable than its domestic alternative in the form of debt or seigniorage. Seigniorage is coming from the difference between the value, the cost of printing your currency and the stated value. That difference accrues to the government, right, and is to that. So there is conventional wisdom that you can develop, and it will be cheaper and sustainable if you scale up domestic revenue mobilization. And I'm happy we have taken that approach. In fact, when we say taking advantage of good crisis, that is where we are now. Now that we are not only talking about Ghana beyond aid, and we are talking about Ghana beyond Eurobonds, that gives us that platform to scale up domestic revenue mobilization. And I see a feature in there. As GRA comes at you and I with greater tax compliance, it means that we are also going to demand greater accountability from our government and how they are using that money. So we can tell the government that the size, V8 and the rest of them, let's minimize that. Let's save on that side whilst we rake in more revenue from the other side. Because if you look at where Ghana's debt situation is, and you are looking at crawling back to a more sustainable level, you are looking at running a primary surplus of about 8% of GDP. That's a steep fiscal adjustment that will have to go through the system. That requires efficiency in terms of expenditure cut, whilst you talk about revenue. Now I'll come to your long question. That looks like a long essay, right?
It's an essay. Yeah. It's an essay. I'm sorry about that.
You know, any country that developed fought its way. It was never granted on a silver platter. So don't think that if you are pursuing your industrialization strategy, any country and every country will just allow you and create that enabling environment. Our independence itself, we fought for it. It wasn't granted on a silver platter. People laid down their lives. Now, but there are low-hanging fruits, right? So it's at the scale and the proportion and what you are targeting that draws attention to yourself. So I'm looking at probably, and I know, I've read a little about the progress Dr. is making, and I think those are the people we need to celebrate, right? I talked about the fact that we need to move beyond just SME, and identify a core of them and put them at a global level that with the necessary enablement. We need to do that. Ghana, when we are talking about the top 50 companies in Africa, we must be represented. We must. We owe ourselves that duty. Now, but look at some of the low-hanging fruit. You know, Ghana has a comparative advantage in tomatoes and the rest of them. Either tomatoes or tomatoes, depending on the secondary school you attended.
Either or either.
But we import tomatoes from Burkina Faso. If you look at the food deficit in Africa, in 2015, it was $35 billion. This is projected to hit $110 billion by 2025, just a couple of months down the line. If you look at the growth-enhancing drivers, labor-intensive subsectors of the economy that can drive growth and create jobs along the line, you can talk about agro-processing, agribusiness along those lines. Now, you can link that to the food deficit on the continent, right? And, you know, if you look at the whole world, like Africa, we eat more than the others, okay? So there's market in there to feed ourselves, okay? And that is why Russia and Ukraine, when they started firing bullets, we were weeping more than the bereaved, because they are providing food for us. But we have the comparative advantage, because Africa has about 60% of the world's unused arable land, okay? And we have this. And if you look at the household expenditure survey across Africa, we spend between 42 to 44%. 42 to 44% of household expenditure is on food. It's on food. Okay, so, and that is why savings level is very low. Okay, so if you are looking at taking advantage and growing, okay, that is a low-hanging fruit that we can take. And if you look at within the African continent, for food, agro-processing, the quality requirement and the rest of them are not as high as accessing the market in Europe and the rest of them. That is why the AFCFTA offers a lot of opportunity and the rest. So, if we decide to do the industrialization, we must track it. I was happy with the 1D, 1F, and the rest of them. But beyond that, the state must create that enabling environment. And I think one of the things we have to do is to be able to cost. What is it that constitutes enabling environment? That makes the private sector the engine of growth. Certainly, if we bring interest rate down, let's say from 37% to 30%, we can't call that one enabling environment. It doesn't constitute enabling environment. Okay, so those baseline fundamentals we must establish, and that is why when we mess up from the fiscal side, we create macroeconomic instability, then that is unsettling for businesses also to be able to plan. So I think that going forward, there's a future in the area of industrialization, but it's more important in terms of what we want to do with that and what measures we are putting in place and the consistency. Because if the government alone takes almost the little that we generate goes to those consumption-based expenditures, then there will be little for growth enhancing and in easing the infrastructure constraints and the rest. I'll give you an example. So if you look at this morning, when people woke up just to come here, and the hours we spend in traffic, and you cause that the health implication, the productivity losses. And if you look at what people go through, just to meet production targets. People wake up like 3 a.m. Just to get, are they meeting Christ like today? So we must be intentional about creating that space that enables us to reduce the infrastructure deficit, which restrict the growth drivers of the economy. Right. To do so, I think that we generate revenue, as I said, but we must also look at expenditure efficiency and corruption. You know how much we lose annually through corruption? $3 billion costed. Manifesting in procurement. You know, this economy, we have turned into procurement economy, right? And all of that. Look, if you continue like this, you have to be unique. That you will collect more revenue and you will develop.
Right. So thank you very much. Kweku. We've got 2 more questions to go. Let's take them very quickly. I'm very sorry we're running out of time, so please make it quick.
It's fascinating. Before we started, Prince Moses said the tone in this room is very, somber, solemn, like a funeral.
Somber and solemn.
I noticed a lot of you are wearing black. What's fascinating is that the tone of the conversation at this panel is a bunch of solutions, and I feel completely different regarding the hope for what might come than where we were considering the scale of the dollar debt, for example. Reverend Amishadai, my question is for you. It is about communication and perception. The markets rallied fascinating, the markets rallied in favor of the e-levy when it was announced. This was during the arguments over the budget last year. And although it looked like a bullet, it failed in its appeal in the end. With hindsight, although now we know it's succeeding slightly better than expected, But with hindsight and with this knowledge of this experience you've acquired at pushing through a policy that was unfavorable, what would be your advice to how to communicate to the people of this country the true nature of the challenges that we face without putting them into despondency, so that they feel enervated and informed enough to actually take steps themselves to help contribute to positive change?
I'm sorry to say this, but we have to make it snappy.
Okay. To make it snappy, I'll make it very, very snappy for you. Communication is key. And for example, what I just shared with you about the outcome of some of the invigilation, if I've communicated it earlier, I'm sure sometime when you hear people who are against it, you will understand that they know why they are against it. And you will have sympathized with the nation rather than sympathizing with them. And therefore, communication is key. I've given you a number of initiatives that we want to do. And all these things, we want to do a lot of communication. Because if people understand it and they know the dynamics, they would definitely buy into it. And just therefore, I agree with you 100% that communication is very, very key. And public perception is very, very key as well. Even for some of what is happening in Ghana today, sometimes it's happening because of what some people will say. And it's important that all of us understand the impact of what we say and how it can affect even the exchange rate.
So thank you very much. I will add a bit. I don't want to pontificate because I'm only a moderator, but there is something I've been involved in finance communications, and one thing that is drummed into you when you're studying is this framework. They say perception, confidence, and trust. So it comes in negatives and positives. Let's start with a negative. It says negative perception leads to a dent in confidence, which leads to crisis, and then positive perception leads to a boost in confidence, which leads to trust, which is money. So not too long ago, because I'm in the media, I saw some very negative headlines, including the dwindling cedi, the worthless cedi, and it caused panic in certain sectors, which saw our cedi being negatively impacted. So we're going to go to the next question. And so there's also a solution. Let's drive positivity, because you don't see this level of negativity in Europe, which is, anyway. So some say, and that would go to you, Dr. John Kwachi. This is the last question in the second round, and then we'll go quickly to the audience for some comments and questions. And let's also make this very, very snappy. Some say that our current economic thinking to open up the international markets has triggered this watershed moment. Because it's a watershed moment, it's like a war, isn't it? This currency and debt crisis. So the 1D, 1F is a starting point, as Professor Bobkin said, but it is not an immediate panacea, especially as it has been undermined by a monetization and a fiscal gap. You said that as well. So, and that's what I believe all of you have alluded to. So let's find solutions. Give us some solutions before we go to the audience. Very quickly, we've got 2 minutes.
Solutions to, what? You said a lot. It's very complex, very complicated.
He's basically saying that this is a watershed moment to galvanize the country, to change structural financial issues, and that what are your solutions to capture this watershed moment?
Look, I have said, as a country, we need to mobilize enough resources, spend the resources, prudently. And prudently, of course, we've mentioned some aspects of it. You don't spend all your revenue on consumption. You need to devote a lot more of it to capital expenditure, because that is what is going to generate growth. Of course, I've said that we have made, bad policy choices. So those are some of the, if you have to go into some of the details. As a country, you see, we have pushed our own people to the fringes of the economy, operating mostly in the informal sector and in SMEs, Whereas, foreigners, the foreign investors, are occupying the more juicy areas of the economy, the extractives, banking, a little manufacturing, whatever is left of manufacturing, and so on. So we need to take ownership of our economy. We should own our economy. We have the resources here. We don't, for some reason, I don't know why we don't want to, mobilize our own internal resources to transform this economy, to support transformational, policies. The IMF is not the solution to our problem. They are just a stopgap, solution, if you like. We need to internalize our development. We have the resources here. We have the capacities here. The problem we have had all these years is what I will call, party capture. This NDC and MPP, they have captured the state, and because of that, we don't implement, good economic policies. Our economies who are in government have become political economies, and that's the problem. We have the resources here. We have to, use the resources to, leverage the resources to transform the economy, implementing appropriate, policies and so on. I think that's what we need to do.
All right, thank you very much, John Kwache, Dr. John Kwache. So I just learned about something happening today, and I think it's the Bank of Ghana meeting the various Forex entrepreneurs, as it were, to find a solution. And so perhaps they will find a way of stopping some of them from helping our CD spiral down. So let's go to you.
Yeah, but let me quickly say something about that. Sometimes we blame the wrong, people or actors in the economy. The foreign exchange problem we are facing, the exchange rate, is a supply and demand issue. Okay, we have a serious problem with supply. Of course, I believe in you enforcing your rules. Bank of Ghana has its rules. Enforce those rules. Okay, if somebody is not licensed to sell foreign exchange, don't let them do it. That's the rule. Don't let people price their things in, dollars and so on. That is the rule, okay? So I believe in, enforcing your rules. But you have to do something about, how about the supply side also? If they don't match, all this speculation that is going on, speculation is fed by shortages. Wherever, in every aspect of the market, every sector where there are shortages, there will be speculation.
All right. So let's come to you, Kweku. I know that the Americans are kind of sucking the dollars that they printed out of the system.
It's a very quick point I want to make before we move to the audience, and I hope some people from the audience may comment about this. But ultimately, we all know Economics 101, when your currency is weak or devalues, it makes your exports much more attractive, and it creates massive opportunities to make your products much more attractive than your competition. Ghana has the worst currency performance this year, therefore our labor is probably relatively the cheapest in the country this year.
In the world.
That also means, in the world this year, and that also means that our exports would, if we had some, would be extremely cheap.
Attractive.
This creates a massive opportunity for all of those of you who have hoarded your cash outside in order to protect it. You've made the gains in the dollar. Bring it back and reinvest super cheap in Ghana and get the uptick as the bonds revalue and the cedi re-strengthens. There's a potential there, but you need to bring your money back and invest in productive capacity, and the cedi will strengthen as a result of it. It's very basic stuff.
And Professor Babkin says it doesn't necessarily work in our disfavor. Let's go to the audience. I'm sure they have some questions. And so we have very few minutes left. If you have a question or a comment, raise your hand, and you don't have more than a minute. And there are two mics over there, one to my left, one to the right. So please go up to the mic and shoot. Who's the first to go? Okay, I guess you're all hungry. I recognize you, Dr. Nana, business mogul, Dr. Macaulay. And I do recognize you, Some may do. So if you have questions, they are also around. They will be able to answer you. All right, thank you very much.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Because I have just a minute, I will shoot immediately. My name is Stephen Kwekudako. This has to do with the passage of the EVAT law. Dr. Mishadai did mention that this law was passed in 2016, it was right, but you actually began implementation of this in 2022. I wanted to know what exactly caused the delay in the implementation of this very important law. And you attest to the fact that upon the implementation, you have a very positive impact in tax revenue generation. So what actually caused the delay in the implementation of this law, 2026?
All right, very quickly. We're looking for solutions, but this takes us back. Let's find an answer that speaks to a solution. What caused it and why did it cause it and what can be done?
Okay, when I said the law was passed in 2016, it was a broader law on the digitalization of the VAT collection. And when it was passed based upon the electronic devices in terms of POS that was supposed to be used by all retailers and wholesalers and things like that. And then, so this POS was supposed to be acquired by the government or the revenue authority and given to people to use. Now, at the time when they were implementing, they realized the technology has moved quickly, and a lot of the countries who started, countries like Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, who started their POS devices, or what they call electronic devices, found out that it was easier to do an electronic one without a device. And so when we realized that, then my predecessors realized that, no, it's better for us to jump. So then they paused. And then when we came in, we have to now jump the POS and move on straight to the electronic device. And that is why we move on to the system where we are not going to use the device anymore. But what we have done, you can either use it on your phone, you can use it on your own terminal. If you already have, like what we are doing currently, if you already have your invoicing system, you can do an API and then link to the invoicing system. And so then we avoid the point of sale devices that were supposed to be used.
Oh, so this is a case where technology goes faster than policy.
Exactly.
Okay,
and
let's
then
go.
Last, let me just also say that when we started trying to implement in March, there was a loophole in the law, and therefore the traders and the merchants argued that you cannot compel me to connect my system to yours. And so that's why we did the amendment which was passed in June during the media review. And that's after that one was passed, before we started enforcing.
Okay, I think Honorable Setepke wants to say a word. Please give us just 1 minute.
Yes, just a quick one. I think we shouldn't confuse a mechanism for collection from a tax. E-levy was meant to be a tax. And the reason some of us oppose is it a VAT type tax? We spoke about the pillars of our tax. Is it an excise? Is it an income tax? What is it? What's the animal? And if I went to borrow from the bank and I have to use, some of these have been corrected anyway, and I have to, businessman, go and use my bank, or Momo to send for payment of wages, is my loan going to be taxed? Right, and the other point is, if I have money, we all pay PAYE. I have money in my wallet, the leather one, and the young people have theirs on the phone. Are we being equitable, taxing, imposing another levy on someone taking the same money? They work in the same office. One is more stylish, one is, BBC born before computer and still has his wallet. They all earn 1,000, and I transfer mine. Are we being equitable to the person who is using the phone instead of, the leather wallet? So I think there are deep policy issues. The second one is, it was projected already, 1.4% annually. So I think part of the big confusion, particularly for the markets, was that it was being represented as though it were something new that was going to help resolve, the fiscal challenge. No, it was projected to 2025 in a medium term. It's 1.4 each, 1.4%, of GDP. That's what it was supposed to bring in. So I think there are deep policy issues, and my last point, by the way, remember that the e-levy is alongside 11 or so other levies. Environmental levy, FinSec levy, and whatever, I have listed them. There are about 11. So it's not a tax in isolation. Are we moving towards using levies, to solve the economic problem and how effective? By the way, it's not like VAT. You don't get input tax credit when you do levies. The first one was a straight levy. Get fund and NHI, where you used to get, credit, was blocked. So I think these are some of the fundamental issues that we need to address.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, Jonathan, to the mic. Please go ahead. The mic for Jonathan Bossa. Please try the mic again. Let's see. I know it's not working. Let me come to you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jonathan. I'm the founder and executive director of the Africa Sustainability Summit, which we are organizing next year in April in Ghana, in Accra. And it's very fascinating for me as a foreigner to witness these discussions on how Ghana is intending to get out of this precarious moment for the country. So my question to the panel is, how important is the topic of sustainability and the focus on ESG strategies for the improvement of Ghana revenue in the longer term? Thank you.
Professor Bobkin, you will take this question. I know you are capable of. The importance of sustainability in and ESG strategies when it comes to improving the economy. Okay. Please come. Sorry, we'll have to do this. It's like a home today. So break down your...
Yeah, so my question is, my focus is on sustainability. And sustainability is the hot topic worldwide. So I'm wondering how important sustainability, the focus on ESG strategies can be for Ghana to harness really the improvement of the increase of revenue for the Ghanaian government. ESG is environment, social governance, the big topic on sustainability worldwide.
I think for the audience, it would be good to spell out PSG and what it means.
All right, Professor Bobkin.
Yeah, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Earlier, we said that if we're looking at financing government economic strategy, what is sustainable is domestic revenue mobilization. We cannot rely on aid. Honorable Setekwe has told us when by using a different calculator we became rich, middle income country, although at the lower end, our access to concessional loan aid went off. Then we also know the effect of relying on the debt market. So what is clear now is domestic revenue mobilization. The idea is that it's also more sustainable and the country has control over that. Now, if we look at Ghana and you estimate our tax potential, if you look at it from the stochastic tax frontier, you realize that the difference between our tax potential and our actual tax right now, which we'll call the tax effort, is still very wide. What that means is that we could actually scale up without burdening the faithful few. And I'm sure that's the most important thing, that in our drive to collect more revenue, we don't burden the faithful few who, on the average, are more tax compliant. So in the process of doing so, we're also looking at how do you do that to preserve the environment? How do you do that within the social governance system that allows sustainability and predictability? And of course, we know that even at the firm level today, we are not only talking about profit, we are talking about the triple bottom line: financial, ecological, environmental, social, and the rest of. So I'm sure it's something that we are also integrating into our fiscal strategy and our revenue mobilization, that we must be concerned. And already you will see some kind of pressure point from Ghanaians. If you look at the extent to which the Ghanaians are reacting to galamsey, right, which they like more illegal mining and the harm that is causing to our environment. And that already tells you that the country is living less and less sustainably. Okay, and we are presiding over something like that. Okay, so it's a bit sad that and it's not only just that we are destroying the environment when it comes to galamsey. Because that is not regulated, it's not reported, it's not accounted for, the country loses both the principal and the tax revenue that we could get from our gold, our diamond, and the rest of them. And in fact, studies have shown that through galamsey, trade invoicing with gold and rest of them, Ghana loses in excess of $2 billion annually from that. Okay, so all these things have to be integrated into our fiscal strategy, which would underpin revenue mobilization. So I think it's a very valid point, and that is the drive. Everything now, if you write a sentence today, you have to find a way of bringing sustainability in it, okay, to be compliant. So we will try and be compliant. Thank you.
All right, then, thank you very much. A last word from you.
On ESG, I think it's important, however, that we balance it off with the fairness of us incurring increased costs to achieve those ESG goals. I mean, ultimately, if we're already paying excess premiums for the debt we borrow and other things, then in the agreements that we make around what is the fair balance for ESG goals to be met, we need to incorporate the fact that we shouldn't have to incur the type of costs that the West avoided in developing whilst ignoring the ESG goals which are being applied now. We need to make sure that it's a fair playing field, looking back historically, as well as to make sure that we can actually achieve our potential and the ESG goals are not used politically to hold back our development.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Panelists, it's 1 o'clock now, so we're going to bring this to an end. Thank you very much, Professor Babkin. Thank you very much, Honorable Tepe. Thank you very much, Reverend Amishadai. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. John Kwache, and Financial Systems and Cultural Analyst. Thank you for doing this with me, Kweku Adoboli. BNFT, you've been fantastic, and this has been an emotional moment. And we thank you very much for providing this platform that is seemingly a bipartisan platform. It is true that our system is very politicized, but we have to find a way of making this work. This is why our initial questions were around, can we find a college of experts and former finance ministers who sit to make concrete decisions that impact positively on our economy? Look, however you want it, we're part of a global economy and we're not a village anymore. We're not an island. And Ghana is great. We shall make it great again.
Amen.
It's been fantastic and wonderful. Thank you very much, panelists. We shall take a photograph together.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, please, we are not done with the whole event. What we're doing right now is we're going to have 10 minutes coffee break section. Thereafter, then we come for the second preliminary. Also, KPMG is doing a survey. You have received some text messages and email. Take just a minute to fill it. And so that is it. So right from here, we're having a coffee break there. On my left, the other end of the corridor. And after 10 minutes, we are coming for the second preliminary. Thank you so much for your time.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do, and how you do it. It's your licence to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions, and could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do. The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do and how you do it. It's your license to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions, and could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do. The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably.
Revenue, you've discussed issues about having to reduce our expenditure and having to generate more. The Commissioner General has been telling you the measures that are being put in place. Next is to discuss the fintech and the future of finance. But But even before we get to plenary 2, we have a presentation by Kwame Opong, who's head of FinTech and Innovations at the Bank of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Apologies, I believe this is a late start. I see a lot of... to learn from the data, and begin making more accurate decisions. These are things that we're seeing the sector utilizing a bit more, and we hope to see that grow. Then you also have big data analytics. I think we've talked about this quite a bit. Hopefully in this room, many of you are effectively leveraging the capabilities that you have, or at least building capabilities to be able to make sense of the treasure trove of data that you sit on, such that at any point in time, you're able to make business decisions in a timely manner. So you shouldn't have so much information in paper stacked somewhere without the ability to readily digest it and make decisions with it. So the idea of big data analytics, being able to harness information from different sets and different sources and make decisions, very important. And then of course, blockchain. And I know blockchain often is as a twin brother that is often somewhat controversial when the central bank is speaking, But let's be clear, blockchain is going to be part of our economic future and social future, if you ask me. And therefore, it's actually one of the reasons why in our sandbox, we made a decision to prioritize blockchain solutions. It is revolutionary. It will change things. It's only a question of how we apply it to solve our problems as a society. And then the issue of robotics and automation, I think that again is what we're seeing. Typically, I think the fintechs are a bit more comfortable with some of these automation mechanisms and the rest, but we have some traditional institutions that we need to bring along as well. And I charge fintechs to continue to work with your partners to ensure that you're supporting, and not just the fintechs, but the tech companies, that you're really bringing your expertise to bear to help optimize everyone's capacity, and it would be. Now, this is a natural preference for at least the payment service providers in the Ghanaian ecosystem, because by nature of your business, small volume, margin transactions, but you need high volumes, it is somewhat cost prohibitive if you're going to have to set up your own data center. And so we recognize the fact that you're going to need to rely on cloud computing solutions, and that's why we've been very accommodating of these solutions and just try to make sure that we have you put in place the necessary safeguards whenever you want to run any application or services over the cloud. We also typically try to make sure that you have a local instance of whatever you're running in a database, so that if anything happens, as a regulator, we have full control and the ability to sort issues out. But cloud computing brings so much efficiency from a cost and operational perspective that we anticipate it being very influential in the future, and that's already something that's happening today. So on this last slide, on the next slide, just going to touch on a few things that Bank of Ghana has been doing in this regard. There are a few things that I should highlight. One, when it comes to as a regulator, our laws, policies, and guidelines are being developed with the explicit intent of, one, ensuring what our core mandate requires of us, stability of the sector, etc., but also to be able to promote. And this balance is always not a very comfortable balance, but it is important that no matter what we do, we ensure that the frameworks we put in place both enable growth, but at the same time preserve the safety of the overall sector. And then next, we're also looking at the issue of retooling. You know, the world is changing. The role of the central bank remains important, but how the central bank carries out its mandate will have to evolve. And as such, we've begun developing several tools and mechanisms to make us a bit more efficient and effective in how we supervise the sector. This includes one that I think most of you are not directly familiar with. We have a SupTech platform in-house that allows us to see a bit more than the central bank used to see. We call it the Supervisory Intelligence Platform. I'm not going to speak about that too much, but this is a very important platform for us to get enough visibility into the mobile money sector as well as the payment service provision space to know who's doing what where. So often I know there are some in the broader sector who wonder whether we see what's happening. We do. We have a bit more visibility than we did a couple of years ago. But this is the whole idea, that we evolve to keep pace with the evolving market as well. And then you have things like eCity, which we've piloted and are in the process of compiling our reports to submit to our management to make a decision on. The idea is very simple. We're working so hard at building a digital economy as a country. What does that mean over the long term? And what does that mean for us as a central bank who provides the primary source of the operation, the liquidity, currency? Can we continue to provide a physical form factor of currency in an economy that is 100% digitized, for instance, in that future state? That is a big question we need to answer. So as we look at evolving our operations and enhancing our capabilities, this is another area that not just Ghana, but the majority of central banks around the world are exploring. In fact, Nigeria has already gone live with the e-Naira. And I would always remind people we're running a very different system here in Ghana. It is intended to leverage the banking and financial sector. We're not going to come into the market to compete with anyone. Our role is to provide currency, and that will continue to be what we do. We're not providing any services to individual customers anywhere. And then also another important thing I should mention is the fact that we have a sandbox we recently launched. That sandbox is open not just to fintechs, even though I think they've been the most interested and excited. We actually have significant interest from banks as well. And we should see this coming from the SDIs. because this makes a big difference for you in terms of the challenges you've had with the central bank when it comes to things like product approvals. This is a simple way for us to see, understand, disaggregate the products you want to and the innovation you want to bring to market, and make an expedited decision on those. So for those of you who had the opportunity to participate in the workshop, I hope you found it useful, and we look forward to seeing your innovation. The last part is capacity building. Realistically speaking, we can't be speaking about blockchain and all these solutions and technology solutions and not acknowledge the fact that we as an institution would also have to evolve to build the capacity to understand all the different types of DLTs out there, all the different types of even cryptocurrencies. All these things are important for us to understand. AI, how does it work? So when you bring a product before us, you want approval. What is the algorithm behind this? Is it discriminating against perhaps males named Kwame who live in a certain part of the country? We're a central bank. We're a regulator. It is important that we're able to assure the broader consuming public on those things. So we've been on a very careful and targeted training and capacity development program to ensure that we have the in-house expertise to be able to do some of these things. So now we have people who understand blockchain and AI and all these things, and will increasingly try to keep pace to the extent possible with industry. It's always never going to be at the same level because obviously that's your day-to-day work. We have a lot more things to do as well, but at least if we have a reasonable capacity to understand and appreciate and continue to engage. I think you may have seen the fintech office and the bank are engaging a bit more in different events. The idea is to be able to get a bit closer to you, understand what your goals, aspirations, and intentions are so that we can find reasonable ways of helping you progress, which is in our interest long term, as long as we're able to assure ourselves that our core mandate remains intact and sacred. So this is just a bit of a high-level conversation starter, and I look forward to the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Kwame Opong, for setting the tone for our next conversation. And I like the fact that you end by indicating that you're looking forward to the conversation. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for Plenary 2, FinTech and the Future of Finance. And the moderator for this plenary is Foster Kugri, who is the CEO of HackLab Foundation. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. And once Foster gets here, he will be introducing the panelists for the conversation. And then if you have any question after the conversation, why not, you can always do so. But let me just indicate that KPMG informs me that they've sent you a survey. And so please make time, check your phones, and then you could just look at the survey and fill it for them. So that's KPMG indicating that a survey has been sent to your phones. Also, Emmanuel tells me that someone has lost his money, which he has found. And so Emmanuel is at the back there. Please, if you've lost your money, locate Emmanuel, and he would give your money to you. Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for doing God's work. All right, Foster, thank you very much. You may take over now.
Partner for Sustenary Attorneys, and he's going to be speaking more from the legal, regulatory, and compliance perspective in the conversation. We have Ankit Tandon as well, Director of Regulus Investment and Financial Services. Please give a round of applause to him. Also joining us on the Big Six is Philip Chum from KPMG. We have Nanaya Owusu Banahene, the Country Manager for Azar Finance. We also have Eric Kofi, the Chief Digital and Marketing Officer for GCB. And lastly, Mr. Kenneth Ogoni, who is the head of payments and partnerships at UBA Group. Please give a round of applause for him. So as I mentioned earlier, this conversation is going to be focused on fintech and the future of finance. And the prelude to this conversation, based on the presentation by Mr. Kwame Opong, definitely sets the tone for us to understand the status quo of financial services, what the central bank is doing, what regulators are doing, and what forms of strategic partnerships are being advanced to set the tone and create the right environment and infrastructure for financial services and financial technology. To set the ball rolling, I'd just love to quickly give a preamble and open the floor for quick reactions, and then we'll dive into the conversation. So, the evolution of the fintech industry has transferred the provision of financial services and still aid the global economy into a cash-light system, thereby equipping individuals and businesses to transact volumes of products and services without having to transport large sums of physical cash across borders and even domestically. If anyone ever experienced back in the days when you go into the branch and you see people with big bags trying to make deposits after a day's business activities, we see a lot of that reducing now with the advent of what technologies like mobile money. In fact, during the peak of the pandemic, the global community came to appreciate the significance of fintech ecosystems. Imagine being restricted by lockdown and you have to order for groceries, order for food, send monies to people, and you don't need to walk to a branch to complete these transactions. You are able to do that at ease using the infrastructure made available to you. And indeed, advanced economies are strategically finding ways, mostly regulatory frameworks, to improve the competitiveness of their already existing advanced fintech ecosystems. And Ghana is not left behind in this conversation. Today we have the sandbox allowing for innovation, for gray areas to be tested, and for new policies to be implemented to accommodate the new innovations that are happening. As consumers increasingly turn to alternative digital methods of managing their finances, tech-savvy startups and traditional financial institutions alike are equally diving into the fintech industry. On this note, there is a need for policy formulators to focus on the fintech sector as a huge potential of realizing government financial inclusiveness, digital transformation agenda, and job creation. So our neighboring country like Nigeria has witnessed significant contribution of the technology and fintech space into their GDP. Beating the service and oil and gas industry, today fintech and technology contributes to almost 14% to Nigeria's GDP. And Ghana is nowhere left behind. Mobile money is doing the same, facilitating a lot of transactions and making it easy for movement of cash and to do business. As we dive in, I would love to hear from the Big Six today. Your quick reactions, quickly introduce yourself, what organizations you're coming from, what are you doing in the fintech space, and then we continue the conversation from there. So we can start with you, Richard.
Hello. Thank you, Foster, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Richard Unekweku. I'm a legal practitioner and the managing partner for Sustainaries Attorneys. Our focus as a law firm is to help small businesses and startups, especially in the financial technology industry, navigate the complexities of starting, running, and also expanding in the Ghanaian ecosystem. So basically, that's what we do.
Ankit?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thanks, Foster. First and foremost, thanks for having me here. I'm truly honored. We operate in the financial market space. I'm a director in Regulus Finance. And the core vision behind launching Regulus Finance was to bring some sort of efficiency and transparency the way digital asset classes are currently being traded in the country. And in this quest, we created first digital marketplace for the trade of the foreign currency in the country. This is what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chum.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Philip. I'm a technology consultant with KPMG. I'm smiling because I'm wondering whether I need to introduce KPMG here. However, we do audit, tax, and advisory. You probably know us for audit, but we are growing a very large consulting practice in tax as well. So I focus on digital transformation. I lead our digital transformation service line. We help businesses transform, first of all with a strategy, and then we help them with implementation. We also do some work in digital channels. I'm looking forward to a very exciting conversation with my co-panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nana? Sound?
Hello. Thank you very much, Foster. So my name is Nanaya Owusu-Banahene. I work with Asa Finance. Over the years, we've been able to build a technology infrastructure with the necessary regulatory coverage to do last mile payouts to 115 countries. And in certain situations, we support our partners with liquidity.
Thank you, Eric.
My name is Eric Kofi. I work for GCB. I'm not sure GCB needs an introduction. Probably, or arguably the biggest bank by a branch network. We also interestingly operate a very key, interesting product, which almost operates like a fintech, the G-Money. So I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you very much. Kenneth?
Thank you. My name is Kenneth Ugwai. I work with UBA. I head payments and partnerships for UBA Group. I sit out of Ghana. As a matter of that underscores how important Ghana is in the tech space as far as UBA is concerned. My day job is to actually deal with fintechs and create value pockets for the bank in terms of how we distribute and how we position our products. I do that largely from a regulatory, security, and business model point of view. And I have oversight over about 20 countries in Africa. So that gives me some kind of strength in terms of how these things happen across different jurisdictions. I hope to bring that into this conversation and see how we can also create value for the country and different tech space as a whole. Thank you.
It excites me that, to know that we are going to be having a global perspectives or a regional perspectives to this discussion. And I think I'm going to start with you, Kenneth, since let's start from global and zoom down to the basics in terms of Ghana. So having had oversight of 20 markets, working with fintechs on a daily basis from the regulatory, from the risk, from the innovation, IT security standpoint, what are some of the key benefits that fintech innovation is bringing to the economy from a macro and micro level, from a business economic level as well? And what are some of the key things that we need to consider in developing the growth of the fintech and innovation space?
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very important question, given the state of economies today across Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, as the case may be. First of all, one of the biggest advantages that fintechs and innovation bring to a country would include foreign direct investment. I want to start from there. Last year, 2021, according to the Global Findex report, Nigeria garnered about $903 million in terms of foreign direct investment, or venture capital into the fintech space. Ghana did a paltry $20 million from about 16 fintechs. A bit of here and there in terms of business models, culture, again, and a number of other factors, which we will also talk about. Number two is that fintechs actually democratize or commoditize payments, makes it available to everybody. Let's take a simple example of what mobile money has done in Ghana, for example. Telecom companies are typically technology companies. But the nexus between them and financial services is where mobile money services come in. And look at what they've been able to achieve in a few number of years in Ghana, for example. Ghana remains one of the fastest growing mobile money ecosystem in the globe today as we speak. So look at the value it brings in terms of employment, in terms of providing access to financial services, in terms of providing access to finance, so to speak, for example, in terms of reducing the cost per capita of financial transactions. So on the whole, you could see that basically financial technology companies actually come a long way and they provide a lot of value in the payment system, for example. Number 3 is actually opening up the economy to foreign participation, let me say. And I'll give you a simple example. Somebody who is actually carrying out some small tailoring shop somewhere in a village in Ghana, for instance, has access to the global e-commerce space, where they can actually put up these things. And we see a lot of young people coming in, selling stuff in Instagram, selling stuff on Facebook, selling stuff on Twitter. These are creating they create, and again, you go beyond that. Look at technology or knowledge transfer, for example. As you grow your fintech space, you grow specialized talents within your ecosystem, within Ghana, for example. So in terms of best practice, you have the best technology experts within your country or development because you have that infrastructure within the space. They can be employed outside Ghana, for example. Again, they become a source of. So the list is endless, both from macro and the micro level, for example. Employment is created across all levels, and value is being created for everybody from point A to point B. So it's just to keep it short. So I could say this all day, really.
Hello, great. I think great insights over the good numbers. I think brings a lot of perspective in terms of value of what the fintech innovation space is contributing to GDP at the macro level. We've seen clearly some of these indicators as emphasized by Kenneth. I'll come to you, Ankit, coming from India, bringing innovation into Ghana. There's a new concept called globalization, where you build for the global markets with local context. We would love to learn from your experience in other markets like India. What are some of the fintech trends that you see transferable to Ghana? India is arguably one of the largest economic markets in terms of population, economic activity, very diverse culture as well, different time zones within the same country. And so I think there's a lot when it comes to the play of business in that area. And what are some of the things that's learning from the Indian markets you see as opportunity for Ghana that we have to explore and consider?
Hello. Thanks, Foster. So, indeed, it is truly remarkable the way fintechs have changed the entire landscape when we talk of other worlds. Now, in India, right from e-commerce to, say, digital payments, digital lending, robo-advisors, borrowings, insurance, your virtual currencies, remittances, cross-border payments, fintechs are virtually everywhere. And the way it has transformed the entire financial landscape in the country is unparalleled. Within few years, in the last few years, the way payments have caught up in India, we didn't envisage it to happen that way and so soon. And for that matter, even COVID was blessing in disguise, where a lot of adoption for the digital payments came in India. So India, as you rightly mentioned, is a big, diverse country. It is the 5th largest economy of the world, with a nominal GDP of around $3.5 trillion. And it is the 2nd most populous country on the face of the earth. Around 1.4 billion is the total population of India. And as per the latest statistic report, the rural-urban divide is around 65-35%. So that effectively means around 900 million people, they live in the rural part of the country. And unfortunately, till few years back, they either had very limited or virtually no access to the financial services. And for any country to divide its full potential, obviously each and everyone should be the part of the main financial stream. Now, if we talk about, say, banks and the NBFCs, obviously it was virtually impossible for them because of the kind of reach and the scale which was required to bring the services to the last mile. And that is where Indian government thought that digital or digitization is the only way to go forward. So they had 3 main agendas. So they launched this Digital India Mission 2015, not very long back. And then it has 3 major points. One was digital delivery of the services. And that is where most of the fintechs came in. Second was digitization of the entire infrastructure, where they said that all the government departments, there should be a website, there should be a database. If someone has to do some work with the government department, they need not walk into the offices. They should be able to do it online. And third was digital literacy. Whenever there's a change in world, masses should be made aware of it. So what is coming their way? Because otherwise there's a lot of inhibition and suspicion around what is happening across the world. And to the credit of the Indian government, let me put it here. They actually created the entire ecosystem and nurtured it, which empowered the fintechs to do the heavy lifting. Now, if you travel to any part of the India, any nook and corner of the country, you'll see those QR-based payments. No cash is required. When we travel to India, we don't need even 100 rupees in a pocket. Everything is digital. And thankfully, currently, globally, the fintech adoption in India is highest. So in this endeavor, government put a lot of emphasis, and there was a lot of work being done on the payment side. You have payment solutions for each and everything, peer-to-peer, peer-to-business, merchant-to-peer, merchant-to-merchant, and so on and so forth. And then in this, government thought that whatever work is happening on the payment side, let's take advantage of it. And then they launched world's biggest direct benefit transfer scheme, DBT. It changed the entire landscape. Let me tell you how. In India, government gives out welfare payments to majority of the population, like all those who are, say, below poverty line. They give it in the form of rural employment guarantee scheme, old age pensions, widow pensions, scholarships, subsidized LPG. Now imagine, around $60 billion, as per Asian Development Bank, around $60 billion are being given every year as a part of the welfare payments. Before DBT, person used to walk to the government offices to take all these benefits in cash. Just imagine the kind of leakages would have been there. It was chaotic, it was troublesome, and it was opaque, obviously. After this DBT, it actually empowered the masses. Right at the click of the button, all those who are there for those welfare payments, money gets directly credited to their account. Just imagine, so I can tell you from personal experience, farmers, suppose they're getting a subsidy. They have a sowing period now, but subsidy might come, say, 3-4 months after that. So whole purpose is lost. These policies were not able to realize its full potential. After DBT, you see the time was of essence. And then the second was cost. Cost came down drastically with all these online payments. It weeded out all the inefficiencies of the cash system. And the beauty of digitization is that each and every penny is accounted for. You start getting in an account, you start paying in an account. It contributes to the GDP. So effectively, and how I see it is, one fintech innovation on the payments, it actually empowered. So now there are total 59 schemes, where each and every ministry, different states and the central government schemes, they use DBT for payment of all these welfare thing. Now let me draw parallel to what is happening right now in Ghana. So before going for this DBT, Indian government also launched some identity program, like we have Ghana card here. So each and every Indian was being given an Aadhaar card, that is called Aadhaar in India. Then subsequently, each and every individual had to link their mobile phone with the Aadhaar card, like we have done in Ghana, where we recently concluded this exercise. On top of it, government brought these innovations in the payments, and then all these DBTs and other welfare schemes, they started giving those on the Aadhaar platform, which I think if it can be done in India, it can be done in any part of the world. And that is where I think this government also can take a leaf out of it and can embark on this journey.
Very, 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 very interesting insights over there. And I'm sure Kwame is taking a lot of cues from here, I guess. If you are in the innovation space, you should be, a lot of ideas has been shared by Ankit that have not even been attempted in the Ghanaian market yet. I'll quickly go to Eric, right? For the success of all these things to happen, it requires narrative, it requires collaboration, it requires partnerships and conversations, it requires a lot of lobbying. As the foremost bank in the country, largest bank by so many factors. The narrative keeps shifting as banks become a platform business where they see collaboration between fintechs as more prudent for the future of their business, and also to facilitate last mile transactions where they are unable to build brick and mortar businesses, right? However, the experience we've seen in the innovation space also still shows some limitations that fintechs face and all of that. From your own experience, how have you seen the narrative play out, and how are you working closely with the fintech and innovation space to drive some of these solutions to the last mile, infrastructure-wise, narrative-wise, and from the perspective of your customer at the center? Do you see some of these things as facts or as fictions, and what can we do to make that reality and even better? I think the follow-up would come to Nana from the perspective of, if we get the narrative right, we attract the right investors, right? So while Eric gives his submission, you can start thinking about that, and we'll come to you. Sound?
Hello. Thanks. I probably would want to take my response in two directions, because having worked in banking, out of banking, into payments, and then back into banking, I probably see the fintech space has evolved over the years. I mean, in Ghana, it used to be days where banks didn't want to work with fintechs. Fintechs thought they could play in the banking space all by themselves. That has evolved as we also Kwame presenting, and I believe today, be it GCB or be any bank, have seen the value in partnership, the value in collaboration. This for me is a way to go, because if any fintech try to do it alone, I mean, you will be limited, or you are so limited by size, by how much you can do, and even with customers, who own the customer? I mean, today, the banks own the customers. Fintechs will come with product, with ideas, and you need that collaborative spirit to be able to achieve that goal. So it's not a fiction, it is true from where I sit in GCB. From my previous experience in payments, there's also been the need to collaboratively work with fintechs to ensure that that synergy is actually achieved. Where do we sit as a country today? I think fintechs have evolved from my banking days where we did e-card as a bank alone. That interoperability didn't exist. So each bank was focused on doing your own thing, to today where we have interoperability, where we have rules governing how we operate. That for me shows how far we've come as a country. And that for me shows how far we will be going. As a country or as an industry, I think there's still so much to be done when it comes to partnership, when it comes to getting the need of a customer met. Today, what is going on, we still have some level of partnership, we still have some level of collaboration, but there's still a lot more to be done. Okay, how do we achieve that together? Kwame rightly said the central bank is guiding, licensing in whatever space they can, but there's still a lot more to be done when it comes to building capacity. The fintechs still lack the ability to go full haul. They still need to work together in whatever partnership we find ourselves. Typical example being interoperability on mobile money. What about interoperability on the merchant side? What about interoperability on the agency side? That is still a long way to go, and we should be able to wake up one day to see that I could still move money from one merchant to another, one agent to another. And this calls for some level of collaboration, some level of regulatory environment to make it possible for us to achieve that. The future is good. Today, landscape is still dominated by payments. Everybody is into payments, due to fees and commission. Pre-pandemic, 14.4 million accounts on mobile payments. Post-pandemic, 19 million. There is more room for all of us to begin to look at other sectors outside payments. What of agriculture? What of farming? All fintechs seem to be concentrated on payments. Yes, that's where the fees and commissions are, but there's still room for fintechs and banks to begin to look at other areas. There's a cocoa sector, there's education, there's health that we have to start collaborating on. Everything shouldn't be around payments. Payments is good, that's where the money will be made or should be made, but there are still areas that we need to start collaborating, we need to start partnering to see how do we work together to move money for the farmers who are today not in a position to enjoy the full banking that you and I do in the cities. What about the farmer who needs that subsidy to buy fertilizer, needs subsidies to at the end of the farming season, at the end of the harvest season, how do we help that farmer to be able to do that? That calls for collaboration between banks and the fintechs. And I think it's about time we begin to look at other sectors outside payments. Mobile money will be here to stay, but what about other sectors? For me, that's what I'm looking forward to as a bank. How do GCB as a bank position itself to help the ordinary cocoa farmer to move payments? Ordinary farmer to buy fertilizer at the end of or at the beginning of farming season. So that is where the excitement is. The regulatory environment will evolve, like Kwame said. There will be more guidance on where we develop samples and test new products and ideas. How do we begin to have that collaboration to impact the ordinary life? Thank you.
Very, very, very insightful. And as all these things go on, I think one of the key things the international market looks at is collaborations. Who are you working with? What's the regulator's position on your innovation? How are consumers responding to your innovation? Is there opportunity? How deep is the opportunity? And all of that. And so if we move on to the investment space, right? You need money to get these businesses, these innovations rolling. The capital requirements of the central bank to make sure that users are protected keeps increasing and increasing by the day. And this is a limitation or a barrier for most of the innovators in the space. I'll come to you, Nana, right? In 2021, the year ended with about $2.1 billion in transactions in terms of investment into the technology space in Africa. Year to date, 2022, even still with the global economic downturn, we've recorded almost $5.3 billion investments coming into Africa focused on tech. A significant portion of this investment is focused on financial technology, right? Definitely because of the financial gap in the ecosystem. Africa has definitely become a hotbed for venture capitalists, making investments, focusing on the economy and all of that. How do you see Ghana? If you realize that, and I'm going to ask an add-on question just to follow through so that you can answer both of them. How do you see Ghana play in this space? What do we need to do? Eric has talked about collaboration. He's talked about narrative. He's talked about how the regulator is playing in this space. You lead fintech in Ghana, and you have operations in other markets. You definitely raised money in some of these markets. What's the response been from your perspective leading this in terms of raising capital for Ghana, the innovation in Ghana? What are some of the challenges you are facing, right? And out of these investments that came into Africa, the top 4 countries that absorbed almost 92% of them were Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt. How do we position Ghana to become one of these top players or top destinations for these investments to come in here?
Thank you, Foster. When I saw, when you started saying investment, I was saying, I'm not a venture capitalist now. But it's an interesting conversation. I'll just start by a conversation I had with someone who's one of the biggest venture capitalists in Africa, invested hundreds of millions around. And he made a profound statement. He said, they've been talking to a lot of small fintechs and new fintechs coming up. And they keep on rehashing some of the things that have been done in the past before. And most of these ones are coming from Ghana and other places. And some of the things they do is, when you ask them, how are you going to grow? They say, okay, MTN is doing 20 billion or 300 billion. I'm going to do 1% of that 300 billion. So I'll do, let's say, 3 million. And so based on this, give me the money, right? So definitely there's an opportunity for us to attract some of these investments. In our country, Ghana, I think he made mention that we focus more on payments. I don't think it's a challenge. I think the challenge is we've not taken advantage of most of the financial services opportunity, right? I know trying to be innovative sometimes, you go a bit further from the regulator and they'll call you to booze and those kind of things. But I think the sandbox coming into play will allow people to be more innovative. The challenge we have are things that we don't have control over. The things we have control over, when I say we don't have control over, like, let's say, numbers, right? We are 30 million people. Let's say actively 27 million people or 20 million people. You can't compete with Nigeria and Kenya and those people who have huge numbers, right? But there's a potential to go to other markets. There are fintechs in Ghana who are now operating in other markets, and then they've demonstrated that their business model, which is a key thing, business model will be able to be served in those other markets, right? So if you're able to demonstrate that you have a business model that has the potential to grow in terms of customers, in terms of volumes, in terms of revenue within other markets, investors will want to listen to you. Now, I like the statistics you put out there, 2 billion, 5 billion, but these are most post-COVID investments coming into Africa. I think before 2020 or 2020, you mostly had like 100 million total within the African market. Why most of this SoftBank and all those investors are interested in this African market is primarily ROI. They want to make more money within the market. There's a potential to make more money within the market. You have Wave raising about $100 million. You have Flutterwave raising about $170 million. You have OPay raising so much money because they've demonstrated the potential to grow, right? So I think most of the time we mostly focus, and especially within our ecosystem, we focus more attention towards, I have the best technology, or I'm serving this product, or I have this idea. But beyond the idea, how do you scale? Beyond the idea, how do you grow? Beyond the idea, how do you make more money? Because at the end of the day, you're a business, and businesses are set up to make money. So we have the excitement of trying to solve problems, which we will do, right? But we also have to have a system and a business model in place that can be able to raise money. So when we're able to demonstrate this very clearly, and also take advantage of other financial services, Ankit mentioned like 100 things that India is doing. In our country, Ghana, I always tell people, we are scratching at the base in terms of fintech, right? MTN mobile money is primarily cash in, cash out, and some level of transfers. There's some small merchant payments going around. There's some small insurer tech, but it's not aggressively being driven, right? So we need to demonstrate to investors, one, that we have a business model that can drive growth, and then we have a business model that is also unique a bit, that can also, we have a strategy in place to acquire customers. Not saying MTN has 30 million, I'm going to get 1% of it. They had something they put in place to get those customers and those volumes. In terms of what are the enabling things that can help this sector grow and be able to attract investment, regulatory is a big part of it. Investors and most foreign direct investors who want to come into a system where the regulator one day gets up and say, close this bank account. Or they'll put a letter out and say, you're not allowed to work again, right? So everybody will be careful, right? There was a recent publication of a company that claimed to have raised $23 million and said they could do things that our regulator came to publish. A letter said, these people, they can't do those things they're saying they could do it. These are publications that went out, and people are seeing and saying, I have to be careful. All these Ghanaians coming to say this nonsense probably don't have the capacity to do it, right? So regulatory is important. What I'm excited about, and I keep telling Kwame about it in terms of the approach they've taken, right? So they are creating more of an enabling and more supporting environment for us to be able to share some of these innovative products to it. The sandbox is a great idea. You know, you can go and play there and make yourself dirty. You'll not be arrested. at least the regulator is kind of in a controlled environment where you can do things that on a normal day without a license you can do, right? So it's great. Also, if they're able to kind of streamline some of these things, and I've seen that there are certain new guidelines they've brought in within the fintech space that allow certain transactions like inward remittances to go on very clearly. If they're able to streamline to allow certain guidelines to come and guide certain financial services, then people can have more innovative products out in the market and demonstrate clearly how they will grow that product, those products, and be able to attract the necessary investments for them.
Thank you very much. You wanted to add something? Okay, Eric, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to just add a bit. When you talk about most fintechs will do a business proposal talking about, I want to do 1% of MTN. And you're absolutely right. I've sat on the other side where you've seen proposals coming, okay? And you look at it from two countries. I'm not going to mention names here for good reasons. But when you compare the numbers, you could see that one presented by the other country has been done by professionals. Our fintechs also taking that advantage to get the necessary financial advisors, get the necessary brains to put your business case out there. Because when you look at the business case for these two companies, one was able to raise 10 million, literally free money from a payment company. Here we're talking about 100,000, 200,000 in partnership money, all because we are all going for the same MTN base. And my argument is, shouldn't fintech start looking for the right resources when it comes to advisory resources, when it comes to financial investment, to be able to attract the right funding?
I think you've thrown the question to Richard, right? I was going to ask a similar question. Nana has mentioned a lot of thematic problems around operational risk, around regulatory risk, human capital risks, and all of that. From where you sit on a daily basis, you are either advising or facilitating transactions or leading a team of startups or fintechs to raise money or restructuring them for mergers and acquisitions. What are some of the pain points you tend to see on a daily basis? And I think Eric highlights a very, very important part of it, the professionalism behind presenting your business case, the reasoning, and the preparation towards meeting a potential investor or a bank as a partner. What are some of the things that you see on a daily basis? And for the fintechs here, recommendations on how to approach them. Make sure you leave behind the ones that they have to pay for, so that they can come and see you later for that advice. But yeah, we'll love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Thank you, Foster. For me, there is every reason to be excited about the fintech space, because a space or a sector with a potential of $18 billion revenue by 2025, as estimated by McKinsey & Company, gives room for all of us to be excited about that sector. But pause and think about it. The fintech space, the innovations that are being churned out are not entirely new innovations. We've been doing payments long before our great-grandfathers. People have been lending money. People have been doing remittance over the longest of time. The traditional banking system has been with us. What has been enabled by fintech is the how of doing the things we've been doing for a very long time. And secondly as well, if you look at it, the fintech innovations are being driven by companies. And we've been regulating companies for a very long time. So you realize that from these two standpoints, that the challenges that the fintech companies face are not unique to the fintech companies. They are challenges generally faced by companies and startups within the ecosystem we have in Ghana. And always the first is a question of finance. But if you look at the fintech space we have, finance is not a barrier to the development of the innovation. Finance has become a barrier to the deployment of the innovation. I say so because then you have regulatory requirements as to your minimum capital. You have regulatory requirements as to your operational capacity as a company,
which will involve the issue of raising money to meet those demands. So there is usually the issue of finance and how these fintech companies are able to raise the finance they require, either as meeting the regulatory requirements or by becoming operational within the fintech ecosystem they want to operate in. By underlining this issue of finance is a question of compliance, and compliance from various perspectives. First being the issue of corporate governance. Who are the people who are behind the companies? What is the level of their expertise? Because to make a decision to, for instance, put out your own financial statement instead of hiring a professional is a question of your own understanding of what you're doing as a business. Because if you have the awareness and the appreciation that what you're running is business, it involves people's money, it involves delivering service for people within a regulated service, then you cannot just do things anyhow. So basically, as a problem on the governance level is the issue of capacity for the managers, for the owners, for the directors of these fintech companies. The other issue of compliance is also complying with the standards that have been set by the regulators for these fintech companies. And if you are aware, Kwame is here, the Bank of Ghana has a very complex regulatory requirement in terms of security systems. Because it's a financial institution, you cannot be treated differently from the traditional banks. You're going to be dealing with people's money. So the deployment of your infrastructure to meet the regulatory compliance from people like Kwame and the bank, requiring you to have your certifications and all the control systems and risks and monitoring systems in place. It's also a big challenge. So I think that... Hello. So I think that the fintech companies must begin to look at ways of addressing some of these challenges by seeking to collaborate with existing financial service providers. Because trust me, these are banks that have 100 years and more of heritage, of systems, of compliance, of people backing their service delivery. So if you are a startup and you will not be able to invest into all these regulatory demands as the regulator will be expecting you to invest into, how do you look at partnership? How do you look at leveraging the investment that already exists, which the banks have invested into and are not using to their full potential to deliver some of these services from a less cost of investment? So very key. And finally, the issue of capacity across the industry, even from service providers as ourselves, as lawyers, like accountants, like risk analysts and anti-money laundering experts and other compliance officers. You note that the fintech space is new. So nobody has a reservoir of knowledge in the space. And it's a space that is growing rapidly. So there is a need for service providers to invest a lot of time into understanding the space and also predicting the future and beginning to build capacity to offer services. So you have the challenge of some of these startups who are being driven by businessmen whose primary objective is to make money, procuring services of people who they expect to have the capacity to understand the sector and deliver what is expected of them. But because of that lack of understanding on the part of these service providers, they are not able to provide the right kind of services that these fintech companies need to meet regulatory compliance, to be able to become operational, and to even grow over the period. Same for regulators, but I'm happy Kwame today indicated that the bank is investing into capacity building at a very fast pace. Now they have people who understand AI, blockchain, and all that. It's very critical. It should go beyond the Bank of Ghana to include other regulators like GRA, like the Office of the Registrar of Companies, like SNIT, because you need to have an understanding of the business model that are being run to be able to even provide service as a regulator to these businesses. Because for me, I see the space as being made up of primary regulators and secondary regulators. Primary regulator being the Bank of Ghana, if you are into financial technology, dealing with payments and lending and stuff like that. But there are secondary regulators, even to the level of the district assemblies, for operating permit. How do they even understand the nature of businesses that are being run by these fintech companies? Most of them are not operating from the huge offices that you have for the MTNs and others. Some of them are only operating from their laptop, because with the skill such as that, that is where the innovations start from. So we need to be able to invest deliberately into building capacity so that we can address some of the challenges that the sector face and be able to realize the full potentials that have been estimated across the world.
Very, very interesting. You highlighted something very, very important, which is the human capital risk. Right? It talks about very few people within the fintech space who have the experience to run the business, because this is a bank running on technology. And so if you don't have the experience working in the financial service space, you think purely like a businessman, you breach a lot of things, right? And you expose the economy, right? We're talking about building a robust and resilient economy, and finance and technology as a key component of building these robust and resilient economies. We've seen a lot. I'm coming back to you again. You highlighting that as a significant risk. What are your recommendations? Because I think one of the key things you highlighted was the fact that you still need money to hire the professionals, right? If you look at even the least licensing requirements from the central bank in terms of fintech and innovation, you still need certain ISO certifications. You need a professional who understands how to implement these frameworks in terms of operationalization of and deployment of your technology into the market. You need to have a chief risk officer and a number of things, but these things don't come cheap. Neither is there a graduate fresh out of school you can hire for these things. But we tend to see a lot of that happening. And from your standpoint, what are your recommendations for fintechs in terms of how to mitigate and protect themselves? And how do, I think one of the other things you highlighted, institutions that play a role in this space. Lots of legal institutions or law firms, for example, these whole angel investments, VC investments in the financial service but financial technology space, the SLA frameworks are changing. The provisions within SLAs between banks and financial institutions, between fintechs and even the central banks and other service providers surrounding the entire financial service spaces are changing. What are also your recommendations for institutions like similar to Sustainary Attorneys in terms of capacity building? They need to become innovative in how they structure financial agreements, deals, and other surrounding institutions. What are your recommendations to all these players coming together to support the sustainability of a fintech and innovation?
Thank you, Foster. I think that the sustainable path to ensuring that there is that service delivered at the right price, at the right quality for fintech companies must begin with the understanding of the founders and managers of these companies appreciating the value of service providers. There's always the saying that you can have 100,000 Ghana cedis business owned by you 100%, but delivering no value. But you can be a 10% shareholder of a $1 million business and you get value out of it. So I appreciate the fact that at the early stages, finance is always a challenge. So these businesses are not able to pay commercial value for the services that are supposed to be provided. The business owners must begin to orient themselves as to how they can trade in some of their equities for services on a long-term basis. Because what that does is that you are able to win the commitment of the service provider for the long term. Because the service provider service provision is now also towards his own business or his own interest. So if you are not able to pay upfront for some of the services that you need as a startup, as a fintech company, how do you leverage the equity you have in the business, which at the moment does not have too much value, and rather get on service providers that can give you the services?
Sound.
Okay. So to get on service providers that can get you the services you need to be able to grow and expand. It's very important. And I think that it is time that fintech companies and startups in general begin to reorient themselves and begin to think towards partnership for growth. Is one of the ways of reducing your operational costs in terms of service provision and growing your company. On the part of service providers, one of the key things I always advise is that we must be deliberate in our service offering. The fact that you are a service provider providing accounting service or legal services doesn't mean that you understand every sector of the economy. So if you intending to provide services for fintech companies, you must make your own personal investment into building your own capacity. Understanding the sector, understanding the rudiment, understanding how financing is raised, understanding what are the requirements of restructuring, post-fundraising, understanding the various, for instance, if you take the fintech sector, the series of fundraising, Series A, Series B, Series C, and all those rounds that are raised. Because it is from that understanding that if you are currently providing a service, you will be able to anticipate where the business is going to be tomorrow and provide a legal framework that solves the business problem as the business grows. Because you should not be providing a service that is only limited for a short period of time. Your service provision should be able to grow with the business for at least a foreseeable future. And that can only be done if you have an understanding of what the projections are, what the sector is, and personally develop your own internal capacity. And also collaborate with others where the need be. Because what we mostly don't find is service provision were rendered as a bouquet, more or less. So you have a service providers who are working with finance people, who are working with lawyers, who are working with tax experts, but all of them working together at the same time to offer the services that the fintech company needs. That way, you are able to offer and deliver a service that is relevant and impactful for the companies. So for me, I think that internal capacity is key. However, service providers must also begin to collaborate with one another and be able to offer services that are relevant to the fintech companies.
Get innovative. Service companies. Is KPMG going to start providing advisory equity services for fintechs who can't afford you so that they can sit before Eric and Kenneth and make a good case to be considered? Because they also have high standards in terms of regulatory requirements they have to adhere to. I'll quickly come to you, Philip. We can't have a conversation about fintech and innovation and not talk about new technologies like blockchain, cryptocurrency, and all of that. To some people, it's still a gray area. And just you realize that Ghana doesn't really have a position as it stands now with cryptocurrency. I know there's a lot of works underway in these areas on how we can participate in that economy. I talked about globalization of technology, importing global technologies into our local context, and this is one of the gray areas that are being explored today. Cryptocurrency is definitely a hot topic in the fintech space across the world. And in your opinion, what are some of the top 2 enablers that would trigger mainstream adoption of cryptocurrency in Ghana? What should we look out for in terms of opportunities, and what are some of the key risks that we need to consider in adopting some of these technologies?
Thank you, Foster. That's a very loaded question. And before I answer, KPMG actually does have a service for small businesses and startups. It's called KPMG Enterprise. So we provide all our advisory services.
Very
as well
affordable.
To very affordable, trust me. Yeah. All right, so that's a very interesting question you asked me. cryptocurrencies are always an interesting asset class to discuss. Why is it so? Because cryptocurrencies hold potential, and it's both ways, both negative and positive. I'd like to dwell a bit on the positive, and then we look at the risks and what have you. So, in terms of mainstream adoption, I'm looking at the Ghana Economic Forum, and I'm wondering whether 5 years ago, cryptocurrency would even be a topic to discuss in a setting like this. So it shows you that there's the interest now. People are looking into it. Businesses are looking at how to transact, within these new asset classes and etc. So in the West, you'll find that today there are huge investment funds that are providing exchange-traded funds for cryptocurrencies. So something like Bitcoin, you have licensed investment funds that are providing some sort of assets to their customers, on the back of this. So that's on the investment side. And Bitcoin is one of the very traditional cryptocurrencies. So when you think about volatility, you think Bitcoin. But then there's a more interesting group of cryptocurrencies that are, finding more interest with business people, and these are stable coins. Some of you may know about them. They are not spoken about too often, but what are stable coins? They are basically just a token that is based on an asset. Usually we talk about USD or dollar-denominated stable coins. What does this mean? It means you are transacting with an asset with a value of $1, which isn't $1. So on the transactional side, so you see businesses finding use cases for this, especially in Africa, not specifically in Ghana, but you'll find that traders are beginning to hedge their risks with stable coins, we have so many currencies on the continent that are suffering, depreciation. And these are some options that traders are using. So, for example, in Ghana, you may use, let's say, a car dealer, you brought in stock at $100,000 just 2 months ago. Today, that stock is worth about $50,000 if you are selling it at the same price, So how do you hedge yourself against some of these risks? That is where they use or they can leverage some of these technologies. Of course, they are not regulated in our space. However, innovation goes ahead of regulation, they usually say. We know that our regulator is looking at these and is finding ways to, educate themselves as well. So if I'm talking about the top two things that would trigger mainstream adoption, it will be education and regulation. Because there are so many business people here, maybe what I'm saying now is interesting to you because you realize you don't have to go to a Forex bureau to pick a bag of dollars. You can actually use something like this. But you wouldn't do it now because it's not regulated. Although the dollar is one of the most stable currencies, you still wouldn't go for it because it's not regulated, So I think regulation is one big aspect of it. And then in terms of education, like in a forum like this, probably you're hearing something like this for the first time. People need to understand, people need to know how to play safe in these spaces. And then the adoption will follow, especially when there's regulation, We wouldn't even encourage you to go into something that's not regulated. But the potential is there, and those are some of the insights I'm sharing. Now, when we think about cryptocurrencies in general, the main risks or the concerns are money laundering and illicit practices. But it will surprise you that multiple reports show that less than 1% of crypto transactions are illicit transactions, However, businesses may still not move into these spaces, especially in our setting, regardless of the benefits, because, that thing is not regulated, So regulation will definitely do a lot of, do that asset class a lot of help, and businesses in general. Yeah, so those are my thoughts on cryptocurrencies and adoption.
Thank you very, very much. Great area, playing in it. I think we are learning a lot. We've seen success stories in other markets, practicing open markets and how this is facilitating it. There's also the risk of leveraging the infrastructure as an area for corrupt activities, financial crimes, money laundering, and all the other things you can consider. And I understand clearly why regulators are very slow to adopting it, because you need to have all the mitigations to the risks that it poses. Again, we can't talk about financial services without talking about trade, right? Today, Africa boasts of the largest single markets, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And Ghana is not left behind. One of the early countries that submitted our papers for ratification. It's still very early stages, still very new to a lot of people in terms of potential, opportunity, how it's going to work, how it's going to play. And some of the leading players in this space are the banks, right? Early on in the year, they launched the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the PAPS system, as a central platform to facilitate movement of financial, movement of flow of money within the continent. And definitely you can't trade if you can't move money, right? I'd love to hear from your perspectives, Eric and Kenneth, what your roles are from your organizations. How are you playing in this space? And what are the opportunities it presents? And what's the impact on the financial service space in Ghana? How do we position ourselves as banks, as financial service institutions? And I would love to hear your reactions as well after Eric and Kenneth give their opinions. And more importantly, Kenneth, sitting on the region, what's the importance of this platform to your business as a group within the continent, and how is it going to probably increase efficiency of trade for your customers, as well as reduce the cost of transaction, which you highlighted in your earlier submissions? Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. And I'd like to take a bit of a step back, really, and to discuss some bit of what are the enablers, really, for payments and trade, and how does it dovetail into fintech development or even attracting investment or scaling for fintechs that we find within our space, for example. And I'll take Ghana as an example. Ghana today has one of the most mature payment systems infrastructure in Africa. When countries like the US are struggling with real-time payments, Ghana started doing real-time payments a long time ago, your GIP. Nigeria is mulling the idea of a local scheme for cards from the central bank perspective. Ghana has been doing GH-Link and EasyReach card forever. So if you look at some of the infrastructure that Ghana has rolled out, Ghana Pay Wallet, you have the G-Monies of this world, you have mobile money, for instance, and all the things they are doing. You look at all those things. I mean, they are enablers, really, and that's where fintechs and banks can sit on and innovate and distribute at scale. So having said that, the second advantage that Ghana has really is, if you look at the socio-political outlook, it remains one of the most stable across the whole sub-Saharan Africa. And that's why I'm not surprised that after, the Secretariat is even in Ghana. And it provides a very strong opportunity for us to play a leadership role in the PAP space. Second example for me, for a bank, I had a product I call AfriTrade, which facilitates trade across Africa and the 20 countries where I'm represented. But that's for a captive audience, which is my customers. Now, what PAPS has done is to elevate that conversation to a level where every SME within Africa can actually buy and sell across the different countries seamlessly and receive payments in real time. So first of all, it's going to, and talking about Africa in terms of market size, or addressable market, for example, we're talking about 1.3 billion individuals in entire Africa. So if China is talking, we should also be talking in terms of enabling growth within Africa, leveraging the PAPS platform. Second of all is that the banks play a very critical role. And that's why I spoke about payment systems infrastructure in the first place. Ghana today is one of the few countries in the pilot scheme that has completed the implementation end-to-end. And we've tested transactions between Ghana and Nigeria and vice versa. So that also speaks to our strength when it comes to infrastructure deployment and understanding of technologies when they unravel. On the other side, for banks, again, is the fact that we play a very critical role. There's what we call indirect partnership agreements or arrangements under the PAPS framework. This is where fintechs, for example, can piggyback on banks to be able to provide services on the PAPS framework. So we typically act as settlement entities for these fintechs, for example. It doesn't stop at fintechs. Look at fast-moving consumer goods, for example. Someone is producing cocoa flour in Ghana, and we need to produce chocolates or maybe a beverage in Nigeria, for example. Instead of the complex and very expensive arbitration currency in dollar, you can actually buy trade between Nigeria and Ghana in local currency. So you see that it's a very huge opportunity in terms of reducing transaction costs, speed of settlement, and again, it's an infrastructure that builds trust in the system. At the end of the day, if you're talking about payments and development, you're talking about three things. You're talking about access, you're talking about trust, and you're talking about the price points at which you're delivering those services. So essentially, that's how our approach is. And to tell you the truth, we are ready from a deployment point of view. That in terms of technology, we are ready. Both as far as Ghana is concerned, Ghana is one of the first countries to complete that implementation, and we are in live mode now. Thank you.
I think Ghana deserves a round of applause. Yeah, Eric, I would love to hear your reactions as well to the PAP system, if you have any.
Just to add a few comments, I think it's a good system. GCB happens to be part of the initial banks that I've tested. I think for me, it changes the way trade is going to happen across Africa. It's going to give our customers confidence. It's going to also secure movement of funds and goods across the country. Just imagine having to travel from Accra to Lagos. In time past, I have to carry loads of money. I mean, today it doesn't have to happen because with your bank giving that instructions, your service provider or your seller receive the money instantly. So I think it's a good opportunity for, or an innovation for our customers to take advantage of. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more players coming into that space to help ease, as my treasurer will say, to ease the burden on the economy now, where we still need to find a lot of funds to be able to do a lot of these payments.
Fantastic. And Kit, do you have any reactions? You facilitate movement of funds, remittance between Ghana and other markets. What do you see this as an advantage for you playing in the African market?
Yeah, so certainly. Currently, suppose if as Eric mentioned, that suppose if you have to travel from here to Nigeria, now the transaction will go through US. So first you convert your CDs to dollar and then dollar to Naira. This should not be the case. And this is actually one of the more reasons why the demand of dollar is so much in this country. Now, as we have Eurozone, we can have this PAP system as well, which is for the African continent. This should ease out a lot of problems and should help the currency as well. I'm pretty hopeful about it. And then more so because it will open a plethora of opportunities in the forex trading domain.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Do you have any reactions? Yeah.
I think what I like the most in all of this conversation about cross-border trade is the price point. Today is very expensive, like Ankit explained, because the transaction literally is like going abroad, outside the continent, and then back to terminate. Okay, so there are so many players and actors in the middle, and it makes it so expensive. With the PAPs, you are dealing directly with the other country, and the system handles the exchanges. So now we look at that in terms of international trade, okay? And what are the options? I think for us in Ghana, what we can look forward to is a central bank digital currency. And not just the central bank digital currency working in Ghana, being the ECD, but how they interoperate with other countries, okay? So cross-border trade is going to be very integral to CBDCs. I mean, if your CBDC only works in your jurisdiction, you haven't achieved much. So there needs to be now integrations between various systems here and there, and various countries, e-currencies interacting with the Ghana cedi. So there's a lot of work to be done in that space, and we already see work ongoing. Then again, if you fall back to the cryptocurrency conversation about stable coins, it's interesting because for that, the infrastructure is already there. Like today, you can make a transaction, pay someone in the US $15,000 at literally no cost, and when you look at all of those things, it shows you that in terms of fintech, the future is actually very bright. But it will take a lot of education and then, of course, regulation, like I said, to get there. So we can look forward to a future where I can pay my suppliers in China, in a matter of seconds for almost no cost. Whereas in previous setups, there are like 3 or 4 parties in the middle, which you have to pay all, and then it makes it very expensive at the end. So I think the future is pretty bright, and when you have regulators that are up and doing, you have hope for a better, cheaper, and faster future. Yeah, thanks.
Fantastic. Talking about the future, we are going to be wrapping up the conversation with the future. And I would love to hear your manifestos. What is the future of fintech in Ghana, and what are your manifestos? But before, as you think about that, I'd love to ask a final question to Philip while you all prepare your manifestos on the future of fintech in Ghana and what your predictions are in terms of new frontiers. Philip, mobile money has definitely demonstrated that there's clear opportunity in the digital services space, digital financial services space. And new emerging technologies keep breaking the markets and forcing us to rethink how we deliver last-mile financial services to ensure financial inclusion. Everybody is included in the economy, participates in the economy, and most importantly, there's revenue mobilization for government in the process. The implementation of the national identification system has definitely facilitated being able to identify who or what is participating in the financial economy. And that's definitely a first step to making sure we are able to track transactions to individuals, to institutions, to properties, and the likes. What do you see as the next big thing that we need to start focusing on? This is 2 cents for people who are looking for new ideas to innovate around. Yeah.
Sure, thanks. So undoubtedly, mobile money has shown us the way. The thing about mobile money is it's a thing of beauty, because when you look at it by design, it was made for Africans, okay? And once you've gotten that right, once you're addressing a pain of the masses in a very simplified way, that would scale. So there are so many fintech innovations, but when the conversation starts, you would usually hear mobile money first, and it's because it addresses the pain of the masses. Having said that, there's still some improvements that could be made, and we've seen a lot, okay? So for instance, I think it was a month ago, I was on the Oxford Street, and I intended to buy roasted plantains and granules. Unfortunately for me, I wasn't holding cash, and that was the first time I regretted holding cash. It's not because the vendor wasn't ready to accept mobile money. She was. But then when I began the payments process, screen after screen, wrong phone number, start it all over again, and I really regretted it. Of course, there's the QR codes that have been deployed now. I think the future should see a lot of those get into the grassroots, because it's still a chore to sit and scroll through screens and enter phone numbers multiple times and passwords before you can make a transaction. How do I see the future here? The future should bring emerging technology into mobile money and others that are adopted widely. Now, you may hear a lot about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence doesn't mean anything to the old lady who can't read and can't transact her own mobile money. Artificial intelligence that is designed to address the pain of the masses is what would be adopted. So for instance, this same old lady now doesn't have to scroll through screens, but then there's AI that understands her language and can transact or executes a transaction. What do I mean? Just a voice assistant, okay? And now we have AI that understands tree, GA and all of these. The future looks like voice assistants helping with mobile money transactions. You don't need to go through all these screens. You can speak your tree, your EVE, your GA, and execute your transaction. So these are the kinds of innovations that we should begin to see in that space to deepen financial inclusion all the more. And that as well will scale. Thank you.
Very, very aspirational. Voice banking. Hello, Siri. Can you send 200 CDs to Philip for giving me this idea? Enter your code, 222, right? Anyways, I can't wait to be more lazy at making financial transactions when there's voice banking. As we are waiting to listen to the future of finance, right? Today we are talking about fintech in Ghana and the future of financial services in Ghana. And we are going to be hearing the manifestos of our big six as we wrap up this conversation. We'll quickly open also after their manifestos. We'd love to hear your questions. We have a few minutes to take a few questions. So please start preparing your questions as we move towards wrapping up this session. It's proudly brought to you by BFT, GCB, MasterCard Foundation, and KPMG with all the supporting partners. We really appreciate your support. If you don't know about BFT, is one of the leading business newspapers. They currently have a digital platform, so you can go on any of the Play Store, App Store, Google Store, and download the BFT app, and you can browse through your newspapers, save the planet by reducing the use of paper. So please, do stay tuned. So I'd love to take your manifestos now. Who would love to go first? Who is bold enough to predict the future?
First, I will start. I think there is a reason why we're discussing it as fintech innovations. What that means pretty much easy is that there are going to be new ways of financial technology that we're going to be seeing going into the future. So it means regulatory response is going to be key to the deployment of these innovations. Currently, what we're seeing where the regulator is creating the opportunity for licensing of these innovations for deployment is going to continue. But we will get to a point where we're going to have licensing fatigue if we do not begin to have an exit scheme for some of these licensed companies and how they perform on the market. Because if I'm right, today we have about 46 licensed fintech companies. You can imagine if we go on this track, we'll be getting to 100 or 200 in the next 3, 4, 5 years. So Kwame and his team are going to be tired of licensing new innovation. The question is, are all these licensing companies or fintech companies going to be performing in compliance with rules and regulations? What are the plans to ensure that as we license, we have exit as well? So for fintech innovations that may, for either product relevance, because over time, the relevance of the technology will erode, and then there will be a need for new companies to be licensed. So how are we going to exit those companies? How are we going to exit non-compliance companies? So we need to begin to see a clear roadmap for exiting even licensed companies going into the future. If not, Kwame & Co. will become the roadblock to future deployment of fintech because they'll get tired and the excuse will be that we have too many licensed fintech companies.
Hi, Foster. I think I see the future from 3 angles, okay? And it's all collaboration and partnership, okay? I'm probably looking forward to a future where fintechs are going to collaborate a little bit more with the likes of J-Money into farming, into health and education. I mean, I would like to see a shift a little bit away from what we are currently used to with payments, okay? Philip said, look, you want to see innovation that impact on lives. Okay, I want to be able to collaborate with fintechs that can provide solution to the ordinary farmer who can predict how his sales is going to be like at the end of the farming season, at the end of the farming cycle. That area seems to be a little bit on tap, so I'm looking forward to a solution where we can partner, we can begin to make impact in the ordinary lives around the country. Same with education, same with health. I would like to be able to see a solution where we partner to be able to find instantly prescription drugs that you don't need to move from one pharmacy to another. I mean, if you are in need, if a loved one is dying and you need to move from one pharmacy from Kolebu down to East Legon looking for a particular drug, that for me will be something I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to a time where we will collaborate with the central bank to do more training on crypto, do more training on blockchain, do more training even to the up and coming fintechs who are trying to find solution and partners. Then on a lighter note, I'm looking forward to a next year where we'll find some gender balance here. Thank you.
Very, very, very important. And thank you for drawing our attention to that. I think that information that apology should have started the conversation. Right? And yeah, it's a really big problem. It's rather unfortunate we didn't take notice of that to actually address that as part of the challenges in the space in terms of gender representation in the entire fintech space when it comes to talent. Right? But we are starting to see a lot of advancement with the support of the Ghana Fintech Association. There's the Digital Financial Professional Certification Program, and I see a lot of gender representation actively coming up within that space. Yeah. Thank you very much, Eric, for drawing that attention. And BFT, are you with us? Next year, balance. Who else?
Let me just continue from him. Okay. For me, I'll break it down a bit. My future is 5 years. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll say the urban centralized. When I say urban centralized, Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, where people have access to the right communication infrastructure. There are going to be some new dynamics in the system. You know, now we are in the Web3. There are certain services that are going to be driven on the decentralized financial platforms, which will allow people to actually own the service that they are providing, or they are adopting, or they are subscribing to, right? So in these areas, we'll see some level of new dynamics. I also see some more adoption in terms of contactless payments within the space within the next 5 years, where people, within this area, so where people will be doing contactless payments. The rural and peri-urban areas will be totally different from this. There are places you go in Ghana where people have to sit on kiosks and mountains to get network. So issues of even web applications or mobile applications don't matter there. I think most of them are driven by USSD. That's why mobile money is quite a popular financial service within the country. So within those markets, what I'm predicting and mostly relying on hopefully some level of investment from the government is to try and streamline the communication channels within those areas. And then we can now deploy the QR codes, which has been launched now in those spaces for petty payments where people can just immediately scan. Because, you know, the challenge with those areas is people can't go through the full process of self-service, where you have to dial star something, put all your number inside. But if you just scan, you get a prompt to put your PIN, it's more easier. But we need to build that communication infrastructure within these rural and peri-urban areas to enable easier payment of things, you know. It's not too difficult, right? When mobile money started, people thought it was going to be just in the urban areas. But you go to the rural places, people have found a way to make it work. So it's not like we are daft people and we can't do it. We just need to make sure the communication infrastructure is there to be enabling this payment. So for the urban areas, we are going to see more of the contactless payments and Web3 and decentralized finance kind of products. With the sandbox just launched, I believe in the next 1 or 2 years, we should have some new products that can enable us to do that. But in the rural and peri-urban areas, we need to build that communication infrastructure. have this, what do you call it, QR codes. So if it's J Money or mobile money or whatever, people can use all these channels to make payment easily and not struggle from it.
Very, very important. I'm not sure whether financial literacy is a prerequisite for financial institutions to get licensed, but I think it should, and that is what will help close that gap. Ankit, you want to go? Yes. Everybody has to give their prediction.
So I thought we are running short of time. So to discuss the future, I thought I'll go in the past, and then we'll see how we have evolved as a fintech. So fintechs have been there since 1960s when the first ATM was being launched. And then subsequently we had those prepaid cards, credit cards, debit cards. But if you see, the major thrust in fintechs have come after 90s with the advent of mobile technology. And so there's a stats which says that in 1990s, mobiles were around 2,000 people, just 0.2% adoption. And it has come to around 90-95% adoption in the last 3 decades, which is remarkable in itself. So for fintech industry to grow, so if I talk about Ghana, majority is payments. So if I talk about Ghana, majority is payments, and that is also on the USSD platform. Now gradually world has moved from digital payments to digital lending, e-commerce, and that is where I think majority of the investment and the employment opportunities can come in the country. Talking about the numbers, we mentioned $5 billion which have come in Africa. If you see total last year as per KPMG Global Report, $210 billion was the total investment for all the deals which are being reported. So if you see, there's a lot of room to cover. Yeah. This is pretty minuscule as compared to what other countries have been getting in terms of investment. And also, McKinsey said that in Ghana, rather in Africa, around 90% of the people still use cash. So roadmap ahead, right from payments to digital lending to e-commerce, and then I being one of the players in the financial markets, I would say that that strong financial markets are also important. So if we see some sort of fintechs in the robo-advisor space, which actually help in creating a good financial market, I think that should lay a good foundation for a very bright future of the country.
Let's make some bold decisions. Philip?
Yeah, so for me, the future I look to see is a future of options. Okay, so I have an infographic here which shows 16 payment options. Okay, so I'll just browse through a few of them. So we have bank transfers, USSD, credit debit cards, gift cards, cryptocurrency wallets, local payment cards, internet banking, buy now, pay later. I mean, the list is endless. So all I'm saying is the future would have to come with multiple options, and that also calls for regulation because all of these need to be regulated. Another thing that I've seen recently is that we've had an African country, an African central bank issue a cryptocurrency license. So the future would include licensing of crypto and all of these options, you know. And one thing I would like to say to regulators about crypto especially is there's already the capacity to regulate it, and I think the regulation needs to be progressive. So I'm saying there's capacity because today the central bank does monitor money laundering, and you know there are limits and the reporting and all of that. Okay, today licensed cryptocurrency exchanges work literally like banks. They have enhanced KYC. They have all the various offices in the right places and etc. So if you are going to pick the bank model, you can actually start regulating a licensed crypto business because they have most of these covered. So I think those are the few points I'll drop in closing. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Big final. I think your manifesto is Africa Manifesto. The Africa FinTech Manifesto. We'd love to hear from you, Kenneth. Let's go.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to close again by still emphasizing infrastructure and how far we've come in Ghana. For want of just to draw a parallel to what I do across Africa, there's a 50 million population African country today where I have a gig with a multilateral company, a multilateral institution for payouts on mobile money, and I can't get a single mobile money aggregator within that country to give me an endpoint to distribute payments. So this is what you find very common within Ghana. So in all the lamentation, I think we've come very far, really. And I will take my final submissions in two areas. The first area is actually around data. You see, the future of development of fintechs, financial services, and probably scaling within Ghana will depend on how we manage data. And that data management will come from three constructs. First of all is the aggregation of the data into one point. Second is the control around general data protection laws and co. And then the third is orchestration. How do people actually access, how do fintechs access this data for building solutions going forward? India didn't do any magic. They just had a central repository of identity systems in their Aadhaar and then universal payment interface. That's where everybody plugs into. So it's as simple as that. And today, they have one of the biggest ecosystems when it comes to payments today. So for me, how we aggregate and manage data, and today we have them in silos today, for example. We have your Ghana card, for example. You have your driver's license. You have all sorts. Again, those like credit bureaus, for example, how many of them do we have? How effective are they? All these are things that can actually engender development around maybe lending and so on and so forth. So that's on one side. The second point that I need to make is, or my projection, for example, is that when we're able to get this right, I would like to see a unicorn in Ghana in the next 3 years. A fintech that is valued over $1 billion in Ghana in the next 3 years, and it's possible. And I'll give you an example. A small fintech within Ghana was operating a business for about 3 or 4 years. They went into simple remittance termination. They sold their company for $500 million, left Ghana, went to a francophone country in Africa, and in 6 months, they were valued at $1.7 billion. Wow. So it's not for lack of capacity. I think it's just simple business model. And again, people being able to dilute their ownership of this. There are some very mature fintech companies in Ghana today that if they say they want to go to the market for venture capital, they'll be valued $1 billion in less than 1 week. But because they want to hold on to what they have in terms of equity, it's difficult for them to open up. And opening up means more expertise. Opening up means more liquidity. Opening up means capacity. Opening up means a Ghanaian company looking not only regional, but looking global in their outlook. So those would be my two interventions at this point. Thank you.
Fantastic. So we just had the manifestos, very bold manifestos of the Big Six. We've been talking about fintech and the future of finance in Ghana. This is the Ghana Economic Forum 2022, and proudly brought to you by KPMG, MasterCard Foundation, GCB, and powered by BFT, one of the leading business newspapers in Ghana. As I mentioned earlier, there's a digital mobile application of BFT on Google Store and Play Store. Helps save the world by reducing the paper use and leverage the digital channels to consume your media. Over to you, my boss.
Thank you very much, Foster. I realized that once the conversation was getting very exciting, the time too was not on our side, unfortunately. That's the nature of the world.
So did they get to ask their questions?
Unfortunately, no.
It wasn't my fault. He says you are not getting to ask your questions.
Who is saying we beg? Oh, no, don't beg anybody. You know, we originally anticipated that we're going to close at 2:45, so you could go for lunch. It's past 3:30 now, and to be fair, you have to do a lot of things. And that's why, I mean, hearing just one I beg means that you don't have a lot of questions. Foster asked all the questions. So thank you very much, Foster Akugri, CEO of Hakla Foundation. Thanks very much to the team, Naya Usubanaheni, Country Manager, Asa Finance, Philip Chum, KPMG Ghana, and Kate Tandon, who's Director, Regulus Investments and Financial Services, Eric Kofi, Chief Digital and Marketing Officer of GCB Bank PLC, Richard Munekweku, Managing partner of Sustainary Attorneys, and Chris Ofikulu, who is Managing Director of UBA Ghana. Thanks very much. And that would bring us to the end of today's program. We'd invite the chairman for the occasion to give us his closing remarks. Let's welcome Mr. Samido with a round of applause.
Let's see if we can get the all-man squad to give us a smile. There are smiles everywhere. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Now, I just wish to say a big thank you to everyone for being a part of today's event. I think we walked into the room feeling a little dull and gloomy about all the negative noise around us. Somehow, based on the panel discussions, we got cheered up, excited. We found out that Ghana indeed can get to the 20% revenue collections to GDP. And there were a lot of positive sound bites that came from the panelists earlier on. We also had quite a good spiel from our friends from the central bank to encourage us a bit more. And then finally, our colleagues with the fintech space also gave us a good overview of what the future is. And I hope we do have the recording of the manifestos so that we can check back in 3 to 5 years' time. And then we should have a cash prize for the winners. And I'm not sure what we'll do for the losers. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and see you all back again here tomorrow with the same cheerful energy that we're leaving here with. Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
We can definitely do better. Thank you very much, Chairman, for the occasion. And even as we get ready to wrap it all up, let me say a big thank you to our partners, that's Strategic Partners, MasterCard Foundation, and GCB Bank PLC. Now, GCB Bank PLC, your bank for life. KPMG, our platinum sponsors, McDan Group, GRA, Jospon Group of Companies, and our bronze partners, Ghana Exim Bank, Volta River Authority, Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited, Gessel, Sethi Brothers Ghana Limited, SIC Life, Ghana Link, ICOMS, Azar Finance, Regulus, and Goyle Good Energy. So tomorrow, we're starting at 9 a.m. and tomorrow we'll be engaging in Plenary 1, Women in Business, Overcoming Critical Hurdles to Building Sustainable Products and Brands for National Development. The second session focuses on ensuring food sustainability and security, an analytical overview of the Planting for Food and Jobs policy and the implications for economic growth. And final session on trade and industrialization, catalyst for economic growth and development. Once again, thanks to all of you for making it to the Ghana Economic Forum. We're glad that you joined us. We've been having very great discussions. All things being equal, this will go a long way in transforming the economy of Ghana. My name is Winston Amoa, and I've been in charge of this ceremony. When you're driving to work tomorrow, you can always tune into the Super Morning Show on Joy FM and listen to us. Have a great afternoon, but please don't forget that you have your coupons for lunch. So once you get out, you climb the stairs on your left, Shea George Restaurant, get something to eat, enjoy your evening.
will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do, and how you do it. It's your licensed consultants, and could they speak out if they see it? When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer, and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do. world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do and how you do it. It's your license to operate and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions, and could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.